start today on day 33, early afternoon, within the walls of the still packed Brindle. The throngs of refugees fill every street, every nook and cranny, and something you've grown used to over the past few days is that silence is not available at any time. It has become a constant din at all hours, whether they be the cries of the injured and suffering, or the screams of conflict amongst the refugees as they battle for square feet to sleep and rest. You have begun, the city has begun a evacuation of sorts. Serana has been put in command of that evacuation and asked your help to communicate what that plan is, alongside of her lieutenants to the people of the city, as well as to aid in any way that you see fit. And that leaves you with some options. You know that in a number of days, I think I told you
right around 10-ish days from now.
Are you talking about the
army
arrival? Yes.
Yeah.
The council meeting.
But there's also a council meeting that you were told.
Yeah, that's in 5 days.
That's upcoming.
Because the round trip was 6 days, which is what facilitated us getting him an owl ride.
Yeah.
I thought the thing was 3 days from now.
Each way. No.
No, the meeting. He's flying an owl. I'm pretty sure it's 3 days.
I think it was 5 days, 2 days ago. If that makes sense. I think when
I
we
was
got there
dead.
also.
I don't know.
Zach, do you know? You was out here.
No, I wrote it down. War Council will meet in 5 days' time, and that was when we were talking to Serana, when we decided 100 Lion Guard go. And that is today. So.
On day 33,
Yeah.
you were told that it would be 5 days.
Okay. Cool.
That's better than. I thought we only had a few.
Well, but that does leave us wide open for a number of days between now and
4
then.
even.
The War Council is at high noon on that fifth day.
It's on.
And you are more or less given free reign of the city. At this point, all the lieutenants, Serana's lieutenants, know you by sight. And even if they didn't, it is too difficult to police the city right now to stop you from going anywhere you want at any time. So,
Fighting pit?
you may start a fighting pit if you wish, but
In 10 days, this will be the fighting pit.
this is completely up to you at this point.
I believe I will let someone else kick off with what they wanted to do first, since I got to do my main objective to start with.
I was going to try and seek an audience with Immerstal. But also, how soon were you leaving for Denivar?
That's what I'm trying to figure out myself. And also... Okay, so the council meeting is in how many days now? Not 5?
5.
Five. It is at
Okay.
5.
Yeah.
And then it's a 3-day... How long does it take the owl to get there and back? Or it's just there? Do we know anyone, or Rex, when you...
We did at some point. I don't remember.
Let me see. The owl speed. I think we determined how fast this owl was at one point.
Yeah.
One moment, please.
And it's flight distance, so it's even better than going on a road.
Yes, it's quite fast by comparison.
I actually don't know what Denivar is like. Straight line on the Dawnway, or if it's...
It is fairly straight. It's not completely
not too
straight,
bad.
but it's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
It's one of the most easily navigable parts of the Dawnway in the Vale.
There were so many things that I wanted to do and ask and get before I left for Denver. You think in like last week since we played, do you think I write them down? Do you think I'm gonna regret it as soon as I leave?
crafting materials or diplomatic
It'd be like
correspondence
there was some
requesting help, or
there was some requests for correspondence and like direct requests from Lord Jarmath to ask for them to come get the refugees.
Yeah.
The second group of refugees halfway to them.
Denver.
Denver. Oh my God, thank you. So that the militia could turn around and come the rest of the way back and be back in time. There was that big thing.
Yeah.
Greatest crafting materials, but that was the big one. I guess it also, I mean, I said this at the end of the last session about figuring out what the enemy is likely to do with, like, the dragons attacking. I think we jokingly, did we roll Warfare in the War to figure out what the dragons might do? What will be the most strategic use for them in a fight against us?
You did not.
we did not
Nope.
that
Can
specific.
the
We
two
rolled
of you please roll nature?
Yes.
two of who?
Rex.
Nature.
I'm gonna roll for fun.
No.
I win fun. Double
Oh,
success.
I wish I
You
would have
have
called
nature
Jumanji before.
proficiency.
Jumanji!
I don't. I'm good at it, but I don't
Oh,
have
nice.
nature proficiency.
It's the only way to,
25.
Hero boy.
my Chrome is being really weird.
Well,
I rolled fairly well, I rolled 15. So it's going to be at least,
it's gonna be over 20.
it's going to be over 25.
Okay, so both of you know right away that these owls are very quick, and that there's no reason, even with 2 riders on one of these owls, that it shouldn't be able to get you to Denevar in 2 days.
Too happy to leave right away.
So it was 28. To Denver back in 2 days.
No,
Oh.
2 there.
2 there in 2 days.
Two
So
there.
There 2
You
days.
shave a whole day,
1 day
of travel off
one
by
day
flying.
diplomacying, 1 day back, which is not enough time probably because the city is very frustrating.
Did you just switch it back? It's 2 days in each direction.
Yeah, 2 days there, 1 day there, 1 day being there, 2 days back.
Oh, okay. I must have heard 1 day there. Like, 1 day there. Like, 1 day
Oh,
get there.
oh.
Maybe I said the wrong thing, but I was
No, no.
I was thinking the right thing.
No, you said the right thing. I understand the brain path to, like,
okay.
So I guess
doubling
you need to
back.
head out right away then.
Pretty much, I have today.
I did tell the Owl Rider to be waiting for
He's
you at the
ready.
gate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which gate? The north gate?
No.
East gate.
East
or-
gate.
Yeah, the north gate is the water. This gate.
Oh, it's an Owl Rider, not a koi fish.
Listen, my nature is that good, okay?
Giant koi. That's a sweet mount.
That would be rad.
Koi fish?
Giant koi as your mount would be.
The
really-
water would be great.
Absolutely regal.
I want this at some point.
Triton character concept engage.
And I do want to give you the holy symbol I crafted before I leave too.
Did you finish it?
I rolled the check at the end of the session.
I believe you did.
So that'd be assuming it takes 1 day to craft.
You nat 20'd it.
I did. That's right.
Yeah, I remember
I
that.
did. Of course, that's when I got my nat 20. Assuming it takes a normal amount of time, that'd be 8 hours from dawn-ish, or an hour after dawn, which is when I start crafting it probably. So that puts me done it in early afternoon, which is about now, right?
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, it's done. But I don't want to remember what you were doing.
No, I mean, my thing doesn't have to happen right now, so.
Okay. Well, what is Rex? What is Rex doing? What is Rex up to? Is he
So
resting?
he went to the owls.
I didn't follow you, so when you get back, to tell me. At that point, I probably
That's right, I would come straight back to tell you, yeah. Because you would need to know.
Right.
No one's gonna let you know otherwise.
This is the Owl Rider sitting there, and me waiting for the Owl Rider.
And our AI Jaegering of the of Gone Tor
Nice.
is, once we've set everything up with Serana, we deploy Tor to go out and spread his healing far and wide, and also to let all of the non-combatants know to go gather outside the east gate.
I think he had already ditched from us to do that. He had already started doing that.
He might have.
He
I
did.
might have just,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
I just didn't remember if he came back to us afterwards. I just know that there was a point where he was like, "It's just water."
Oh yeah.
When he healed them, and they were like, "Praise Pharasma."
My name's not Pharasma.
I'm Thor. It's just water. Yeah, so I would come back then. Alright, Frederick, I talked with Giliar. It seems like it should be no problem to send you with one of the Owl Riders to Denimar. We're gonna take. You'll be there and back just in time for the meeting.
Assuming we don't get ambushed by a dragon.
0% chance.
Yeah, right. Well, I'm definitely coming back. But I finished this in case I don't. And I'll give you the symbol I crafted. I made it out of bone from one of our kills, and it's and I made it my holy symbol instead of specifically Sarenrae's. And as far as again what I look, do you remember what the holy symbol looks like? Okay, it is. Make sure I get all three parts. Okay, yeah. It's a phoenix, effectively, with its wings sort of splayed out in almost like a shield sort of shape, and then its tail feathers below. And then its feathers specifically. There's a pattern where one's a normal feather, and then one is like a blade. And one's a feather, one's a blade, and it comes down the wings. So, not many people know necessarily what this is. I thought that it might be a more appropriate. Appropriate might be the right word. A more interesting choice for you. A more appropriate choice. I don't know. Instead of just following Sarenrae, I also follow Aristil and Iomedae. Did I say that right? Iomedae? Okay. Each of the three represent a part of Redemption's Roost back home. You're familiar with Sarenrae, Goddess of Healing, Light, Redemption. Aristil represents community, living off the land, protecting the community, and sort of making do with what's around you. And Iomedae, of course, is known for. I like to think of her as a way of pursuing evil, of just taking it out at the throat. And sort of the three together represent, for me anyway, finding people who need their redemption, giving them a safe place to live, giving them the opportunity to make a living for themselves again, and start off on a good foot, while also protecting them from the things that would harm them. Specifically, also, Sarenrae isn't fond of. Right. I just feel like these three together more represent how I've seen you act, so I crafted this one instead of Sarenrae's. I don't know. I know you've only been back for a day or two, so if you have any questions for me, I'm an open book. I don't know how much you want to talk about it right now.
So Rex just is right now, like thoroughly, just studying it, just turning it in his hand, just listening to what you're saying. I suspect there'll be plenty to talk about on, multiple facets of this. But I can't honestly say that I have everything in my head straight as of yet.
That's fair. And just having that doesn't mean that if you break one of the rules that you're going to get in trouble or something. It's the beginning. something to think about.
Oh, I will be. I appreciate it. I'm sure there'll be more that I think through, especially leading up to what we have coming our way.
Yeah, I feel like I spent a week thinking about it, and then I just forgot it all. I wish I'd written it down, but I don't have paper in my inventory, so it's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, well, you'll have plenty of time.
And yet I can write scrolls. Interesting.
You'll have plenty of time to think while you're flying for.
That's my hope. Is it
It is.
bad? Is flying uncomfortable?
No, it's not. It's not too uncomfortable.
I was asking him because he flew.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah, I
right.
flew too.
He did fly
Never
too.
mind.
I just flew. a
You
little
were all on one
Yeah.
for at least a little
I
while.
was thinking about you and your trip to Old Rest, Scania.
Yeah.
I forgot that we were on one too.
Not for 2 days, but
No, not for 2 days.
I imagine it will be an interesting version of Saddle Sores.
Yeah, exactly. And I will. I'll be trying to make my departure sooner rather than later. The sooner I get there, the faster I can make my entrance and say hi to the people. That can get me. I can get the right ears to listen. Hopefully, I don't know how else is even gonna go. I worked under a guy under Saren Ray for a while in Denevar, and we didn't really see eye to eye on a lot of things before I left and created my own version of it. And then of course everyone else around there isn't too easy to work with, so I don't know that I'm even going to get anywhere, but I can't think of a better use of our time with my time right left.
I have no fond opinions of Denevar, but maybe you'll find
Have you visited before?
a long time ago.
Just one time, or you still live there?
I wouldn't say that I ever lived there, but I would say I was there long enough to not want to ever go back.
Do I know anything about Rex's parents, or like?
I doubt that they would have gone
Naturally come up, or?
into that conversation much. You would know for sure that when he was young, his mom passed from illness, and you would not have heard anything about his father.
Okay. Well, do I know if your mother was in Denevar at the time, or no?
Mm-mm.
No. If anywhere there's healing available, you'd be there, but that doesn't mean you got it. Or it was healable. Anyway. Okay. I'd probably also fill in some other details around it. Well, no, I should probably. I am going to send you, Lenny, the
Description.
the thing I wrote up for this. As far as the anathema, especially.
Mm-hmm.
I still didn't figure out what cleric spells are part of it, but that if that becomes relevant, that can be worked on. The formatting's a bit weird because it's in markup language. Oh my god, the links.
Nice.
No, I'm just removing all the links. Or the embeds, anyway. So, I will... Is, what's her name? Celine... What's the woman from Jones?
Oh, I guess.
Jonas Ferry, Serana.
Serana. What were you saying?
Yeah.
Oh. Is Serana already... Where is she right now? Is she still getting ready to leave? Or
I
did
think she immediately started mustering the
the people together?
refugees, as many as possible, to the East Gate. And I told Kiliar said that he'd send someone over, and when you get there, just signal for him,
Okay.
and you can be on your way.
Do I feel like I could get an audience with Lord Jarmel without Serana's help, or would I need to get her? I say? Jormap?
Jarmal.
It was close.
Yeah, I knew that was wrong too, but now that I hear it.
Because you were thinking of Yormal.
You have no
Jarmal's
idea
right.
how you would go about getting an audience with Jarmath.
And I'll look for Saran.
If you went to his residence and started killing people until you found him, that would be one way to get an audience.
Technically correct.
You find a huge mass of people outside the east gate. The gate has opened at this point, and people have begun spilling out into the dwarf road towards the Denevar. You can see that a great number of horses are being loaded with injured, the infirm and the elderly, those that would not be able to walk. And they are slowly moving in a huge column out to the east. You can see soldiers organizing some of this, but you can't get close enough to speak to any of them, or speak to Serana. You don't even find Serana at first. You think with some pushiness, you might be able to get through enough of the crowd to talk to some of the soldiers, but you don't spot Serana immediately on your arrival here.
Does riding Valru give me enough push to and height to see around as well?
Yeah, the Feller is probably the only reason you can even approach at all.
Oh.
We're talking like shoulder to shoulder. People are, the people here are, from what you can see, are young and healthy and very excited to get the hell out of the city. So there's a lot of pushing, a lot of yelling. They're trying. You can tell the soldiers that are nearby are trying to maintain calm and explaining that soon everybody's going to be out. Everybody's going to be on the road and safe in Denevar shortly. But without sort of getting significantly pushier, you're going to have to start bowling people over or having Felru kind of take an alternative route. You could also try to just yell your way through.
I was gonna say, can I try with sugar with what's the expression? So
Honey instead of
attract more flies with honey. So can I try diplomacy first and just kind of just like politely, excuse me, I need to get through to important business, etc., etc.
Yeah, absolutely. Roll a diplomacy check. Add 5 to the roll for Felru and your armor.
Let's go.
I didn't roll that well, but 23.
23 is enough to begin making slow progress. The crowd is not parting for you, but once you're like adjacent, they will not try to muscle in your way. Like they're gonna move away. Where are you trying to get to first?
Trying to get to the nearest soldier since I can't find Serana right
Okay.
away.
After a few moments, you find him. You recognize him as one of the lesser lieutenants that you've seen before in Serana's presence.
Okay. Looking for Serana. Is she about?
He points.
Way too many people.
He points. Yes, in her typical fashion, she's. And he points all the way at the tip of the column.
Yeah, kind of figured. Okay.
She's leading the group.
Of course she is.
Many of the wounded and sick have already been put on horses, and you can tell, even at this distance, that there's a big group of horses at the front of the column that are leading those sort of walkers, the people that are walking. You'd probably be able to catch up on that.
I will basically beeline my way to get out of the throng of people off to the side, so I can just run up the side of the column. Basically, that's my thought.
He asks you, do you intend to leave the city?
I will be coming back, but I need to talk to her.
He says, let me at least get you outside. He sort of starts hollering at
I thought I was outside.
his other... you're not even outside yet.
God,
he starts hollering at the other soldiers to sort of make a gap and let you through. So you can get through pretty quickly. Quickly, 5 to 10 minutes, you can get out. You do notice, like, very clearly and obviously, there is a giant owl perched over the east gate.
Sure.
And if you look up, he like waves at you. The elf on the back of the.
I'm not
the
an
owl.
asshole. What do you mean?
Shiny ass armor.
I'm a goat.
Goat.
The only person running a goat in the city.
He seems to sense you're not approaching him, so he doesn't make any action. He just sort of watches and waits.
I'll like do one of these. Oh, never mind. This gesture makes no sense.
Nope, not gonna work in this world.
I'll point up towards the sun, and then just point to where I think it'll be when I'm done. When I meet up with him, I'll just like do one of these.
He sort of chuckles. You can tell even at a distance, but he doesn't. He just kind of sits and watches.
Okay.
Seems to be people watching here.
Sure.
But you make it outside after a couple of minutes, and you're able to skirt around the column. Felrud has no trouble running in the grass and rock of the and earth of the land outside of the Dawnway proper.
Probably
So
prefers it.
you can get up to the front pretty quickly.
I'll just I guess gallop up to Serana. Finally on your way, huh? You excited? Dreading it?
She looks over. She gives you a bit of a shrug, just a very brief shrug, and says, "I'm ready to be back
Already?
at." Well, no, this is important work, but
It is.
I want to lend my strength to the coming battle. That's all.
I understand that. It is looking like I will be flying on the back of one of the owls to get to Denver ahead of you slightly in an attempt to one last try to get them to lend any aid they might lend, whether that be directly, which is unlikely, or by helping with the refugee problem. First of all, is there anything you'd like me to communicate or tell them ahead of you?
Nothing that I haven't already, haven't already tried to communicate.
What communication has been sent? What specifically has been asked?
We requested aid in as many soldiers, clerics, healers as they could muster, and then we requested care and housing and shelter for all of our refugees. And both times we were told that Denevar could not. Denevar will not take a role in the conflicts of this war, and stands as a neutral third party in the Vale.
Is there like an equivalent? Have you heard of Pearl Harbor? Is there a Denevar version of that?
There's.
I'm just gonna have the goblins attack that. See how it goes.
You're just gonna reroute them to
Yeah.
attack some neutral
Okay.
base.
Now I'm pissed.
All right. Well, I mean, you could go do a bout of terrorism if you really want to.
The redemption.
Paladin. Redeem this.
Literally just say that pop in my head. Just imagine you somehow dropping a grenade somewhere.
All right. Well, I'll just do what I can then with my limited contacts. Tell them you're coming, whether they like it or not.
Well, I think at this point they probably know. We're pretty much betting on the clerics of Denevar not being, well, completely heartless and evil. We suspect, based on what we know of many of the tenets of the different sects of clerics, that there are many that will not be able to turn away the refugees if they wish to remain adherents to their god. So
Bowser.
we're forcing their hand.
Anathema.
And while we are loath to do it,
Action.
they have offered us no other alternatives. I wish you luck, the very best of luck.
I wanted to ask, secondly, then, I feel like it would be helpful to get some sort of proof from Lord Jarmath, just stating that I'm here on business from Brindle, but I don't know how to get an audience with him to ask for such a thing.
She stops for a moment and looks at you and says, your status with Sarenrae may do more good than any boon from Jarmath.
All right.
I have no doubt he would, with cajoling, give you some seal of his, but I doubt it would do any good.
All right. Well, that's good to know either. If we do need to seek an audience with Jarmath, how would we go about doing it while you're not here?
You could, I suppose, attempt to plea with Celeria. I know she has attended some of the meetings about the evacuation, and so has counsel. But beyond that, I would suggest not missing that meeting in 5 days.
And not planning on it. Assuming that, we don't get ambushed, it should be there. So look for, if you see, hopefully, well, I guess it depends on how we cross it, if it's in the night or not, but maybe you'll see an owl passing by, flying back over you. We'll probably stop just to get an update.
Yes, and if for some reason your allies are able to help evacuate the city more quickly,
I'll let them know.
it may be possible to move up the date of that council meeting.
Oh,
We won't start with that. You don't worry about it.
I mean, if we move it up, I might not be here back in time for it. So,
Well, whatever you wish.
but
Just know that the entire council has focused all of their attention on this evacuation. And this rings true with what you've seen in the city. Pretty much every soldier is tending to the city in one way or another, whether it's gathering food, whether it's cleaning latrines, whether it's tending ill, whether it's burying dead. You haven't really seen any soldiers soldiering at all. The closest thing you've seen is when
soldier.
Serrana was training some of the militia.
Sure.
And even they ended up going and helping in the city after the training.
Yeah. All right. All the things we know. I'm gonna lean down from the sandal close to her again. I'm guessing most of them will probably be staying here, but just careful who you're alone with. Those creatures that can disguise themselves. There's gotta be one or two of them at least among these refugees.
Do you think they would make an attack on any of us here as we flee, or do you think their goals are to infiltrate Benavar?
I think that if they found a VIP like yourself and had the opportunity to take you out quickly and easily before much fuss was before anyone was any of the wiser, they'd probably do it. So just careful who you're alone with, I guess.
I will make an effort to stay paired with my lieutenants, and I'll encourage them to do the same.
And just make sure that your lieutenants are who you think they are too.
I believe I can do that.
Yeah. All right. Well, be safe. And good luck with all these. I just sigh for her. What she's going to put up with the next couple of days.
She looks in good spirits, even if she's communicated that she is looking forward to this coming conflict, or being at Brindle for this coming conflict.
Sure. Okay, I think that's all I had. So I'm gonna head back to the city to find everyone else. But I've taken enough time.
Getting in, you quickly realize that.
Oh, I'm just going a different gate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's much easier to get to a different.
I was
gate.
already figuring I have to do that. I was gonna have to do that. Although, where's the map of Brindle? Can I just swim around the wall? No, that's
You'd have to climb down to the water, swim, and then climb back up.
right. Could do
And
that.
the water is pretty fast here, so it would be tough.
Yeah, but I need these guns.
It's probably possible for you.
I won't. I'm not gonna make myself. It's like the guy that like won't take the walk bridge and decides to parkour over the gap instead. It's just like, why? So yeah, I'll just go back in the regular way.
Okay. Well, you find your colleagues.
Well, Serana says that she said out just she said out of the city already. She says that if you guys can figure out any way to getting refugees out of the town efficiently, might speed things up as far as moving moving everyone's attention to planning for the fight to come. I don't know what you guys all have planned for today, but if you're looking for something to do, throwing it out there.
I mean, even if we get them moving faster, doesn't really matter, right? There's gonna need to be another guard contingency.
Another guard contingency?
Yeah. The lions, or the lion guard. That's the regular rank and file. We're sending a bunch of the lion guard with this group, even if we were able to expedite getting refugees ready to go tomorrow. Are they gonna go out the gate with no guards?
I think I just mean the refugees that are currently trying to leave the city now to expedite that process. Was that correct or no?
I mean, all
or
the
talking about the refugees
refugees,
when she gets back for round 2.
Okay. What are you asking?
She said that if we could, me and our companions could find a way to get the refugees out of the city faster, that could be helpful.
Yes.
We
In
should-
terms
all
of
of them.
we
in
should-
terms of planning.
not just right now at the ones that are trying to leave.
I guess haste on one of them. Go!
0.002% faster.
Nothing's going to get Serana and the Lion Guard back faster. But what you might be able to speed up is the initial planning.
Sure.
Because
Yeah.
if no one's in the city anymore, then the soldiers now have leave to actually start planning.
Right.
But the whole issue of sending them in 2 groups is we could only send it. It was only feasible to send half at the start, and they had to be guarded. And if
Well, the sensitive population that needs the horses is they're all ill, elderly, injured. The rest of the population is just leaving as quickly as they can get out of the city.
not by guard.
They are the Lion Guard and Serana are doing 2 things. They're guiding the horses that are carrying injured, and they're guarding the whole 90-mile stretch.
Oh, they're
Of
like
road.
posted. I see.
Yes.
They're not like moving as a group there and back.
But some of them are.
Some
a
of
couple
them are moving, but a lot of them
but
are
many of them are just
interval
guarding the road.
posting. I see. So we can just increase throughput of sending them. Like if somebody's healthy, it's just like, all right, get out of here at any point in time during the day. It's not like,
Yes,
okay,
correct.
got it. That's better.
Part of it's spreading word, part of it's healing the injured and making them able to travel. Part of it is making sure that this whole group is well fed and able to make the journey.
Well, now that I've communicated that, since I'll be gone for it, I think I'm going to be off soon. Anything else I should do? Anything else you guys want to tell me before I leave? Because last chance.
Fair enough.
On the off chance this war council convenes sooner than you can return, any notes you'd like passed along?
Nothing. I think that other people would have thought of. how are we going to deal with the dragons? Where are they likely to strike? The spies that are, of course, going to be in the city. If they're going, I'm assuming that they're not going to just stand idle once the fighting starts. I have to expect them to take out clerics, or to take out Jarmath, or take out lieutenants and whoever's organizing. Things like that. Be wary of that. I would love for us to formulate a plan to isolate one of the dragons before they get here, for us to take one out. I don't know how in the fuck we do that. The 5 of us could lure dragons. It's not too hard. To lure only one of the dragons and keep it in place long enough for us to kill it is, I don't even know how we begin. But that could be a good use of our days before the fighting starts. There's a way to rig the bridges to collapse that enter the city.
Our special.
Yeah, don't leave them open so that the soldiers will try to storm them, but then also so that we can fairly easily drop the whole thing into the river once they're full with soldiers.
Hopefully, Sileria's pet is currently stalking those waters.
Soleria's pet.
They have the giant gator.
Oh my god, it's gonna be fucking great if he's. Oh god, I hope he's there.
Oh my god, the giant gator just ganks that dragon that we fought at.
I'll like
up a here's coming in, everyone's like, oh shit, and then an even bigger gator.
I'll grab. So there's just you guys may or may not have noticed, but there's a new Felru has a new necklace, and on it is like a soapstone carved to look like Felru.
Mm-hmm.
And when I reach up and touch it, they'll just Pokeball into the soapstone.
That's cool.
That's cool.
If she has one of these for her gator, I put Felru in my pocket. Gator could be in the water right now, or just the spell. It'd be amazing. I'm assuming someone would have noticed a crocodile cross-countrying it.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
Tearing down trees as it goes. Also, we should assume that any plans that we make that aren't kept private, the enemy will know about. There's too many these spies that they have.
Clearly,
For building-
to spread the word that the city will be empty when they arrive.
Honestly, it might not be a bad idea to spread misinformation as long as it doesn't hurt morale. Tell them that we're going to be stationed where we're not.
Ozarendion is a bitch. Pass it on.
Just a game of telephone.
If we're rigging the bridge to
I thought
collapse,
you said misinformation.
make sure we spread the information that we're reinforcing the bridge so it can't be broken down when they attack. I don't know why we do that, but regardless, spread the wrong information. I'm sure I'll think of 8 other things while I'm flying. If any of you get a dream with me in it, that's not just a dream. It's me casting a spell. Unless you dream about it regularly, which I'll take the compliment. But,
No.
So irregularly, got it. So it does still happen.
It just makes me think about the first episode of Ted Lasso. They're on the plane to the UK.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, Coach Beard, oh hey, by the way, if we fall asleep when we meet each other in our dreams, let's pretend like we don't know each other and fool around a bit or something. Just like being goofy.
One of my
He doesn't
favorite
mean full
all-time
on that way,
relationships
it's just,
in any media.
It's
Are we able to respond to you in these dreams?
I don't think so. I think it's one way thing. But if you wanted to get in contact with me, it is a spell that the clerics here would theoretically know. If you are desperate enough to send me a message.
That's a really cool iteration of the message or the sending
Oh,
spell.
and you have to sleep for me to get otherwise it's like a voicemail, which I don't know what that is, but it's just waiting until you check until you go to sleep. Otherwise it's just sitting
They're
there.
a couple thousand years before that's it.
Yeah.
One might refer to it as a mailbox.
Yeah, but you
Where the
only-
letter sits
but a
until you
mailbox.
open it.
Sure, but yeah.
But it's dream mail. So
But you have to be
either call
asleep
it
to
a
know which
D
one in the
mailbox.
mailbox.
Something
Yeah. Mailbox can be like, oh look, there's something in it, so I won't go to sleep. With this, you have to actually. I understand that. Anyway. Okay. I guess I'm gonna be off.
Good luck.
And we'll I'll grab some crafting stuff for me to do while I'm gone.
Okay.
Some crochet.
And I'll be on my way.
So you Pokeball Felru.
So this one is also nice because it lasts. The limitation is not. I need to double check this. I can only put Felru in the Pokeball with his item once per day. But I can take him out more than once per day. So in theory, if he's already in the Pokeball overnight, I can pop him out, pop him back in, pop him out again in the same day. It's limited by how much to put him in there.
Cool.
I think. I'm gonna double check. I'm pretty sure that's what's limiting. It's one or the other. Yeah, he's Pokeball. I have Felru with me. He's Pokeballed.
He pops out while you're flying because he hit the timer.
That did occur to me. It did occur to me.
Fucking knee.
Also, it takes up Felru's invested slot, not mine. It's kind of fun.
I guess that kind of makes sense.
It literally says once it is invested by the companion. I'm like, okay, well, no complaints here.
Dinosaur.
Peek pee.
I need nourishment.
While you feed me his puffins. I fucking love that skit.
That's a good one.
Get away your thunder smash. Bolt.
But I love you, Pikachu.
So
Actually, before you leave, I'm going to cast. I'm going to cast Mind Link, and you're just going to see. Before he says it's going to say, "Well, we'll talk more when you get back," but then he'll just touch you, cast Mind Link, and you'll see a strike of lightning. This is like Mind Link basically lets you you can call me on this, Zach. It says you can impart 10 minutes of information in like a span of instantly. I'm just gonna pretend like that's like a handful of memories if you're okay with that. I don't know if that's a
that sounds okay.
it like doesn't specify what the information is.
Yeah. I think that makes perfect sense.
Okay. Yeah. So like the first, like you just see like it's like really disconcerting. You get like flashes. Like the first is you hear a huge strike of lightning. You see like a smoking house, and then you're standing there with your hand on someone who you think is Tor actually, who's just sort of like got a stunned look on his face, like a smoking neck, and just like has almost like frozen tears, I would say, on his face. Then you flash to another scene where you're just standing like stoically at a giant pyre with hundreds of bodies on it, and you just take like a look at an amulet with this like it's a triquetra and it's got an eye in the center, and you sort of like look down at it, you like grasp it like this, and it flashes to another scene. You are sort of like in the middle of the night outside of this huge mansion, and you sort of sneak your way in. You plant something at what looks like a desk, very ornate. Then you flash to another scene. You see an avalanche just come flowing down, like in the middle of a forest, and you see it just smash into an army. Then you see it flash again. Then you see a head on a pike, and it's like outside of this, this like city that's surrounded by wooden palisades on a river. You see this head on a pike stuffed with gold coins in its mouth. Then you flash back to the present.
What the? What? Can I get a will save? Like, I did not consent to that. What the fuck was that?
You asked why I was here.
Oh yeah, and that's how you tell me? Without
We'll talk more. We'll talk more later. And then he's gonna walk away.
Jesus. Once he's on earshot, man, what the fuck?
I bought a scroll blindly just so I could do that. By the way, like way earlier. I just wanted to do this.
That just raises more questions. It doesn't really answer why he's here, other than. Do I get the assumption that, like, especially like when I saw your hand clasping the amulet, that this was your hand, that this is first person?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you get the impression, especially since like the angle from which you're looking down at Tor, you can tell you're way taller in that shoot. So it's like, okay, well this is clearly a very tall person.
Uh-huh. Well, especially as a
like,
dwarf.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, how many people do you know who are as tall as?
But then again,
Runar?
everyone that I know is gonna feel like that.
Yeah.
So you versus Rex probably would kind of feel the same to me because I wouldn't know the difference between.
Oh no, I mean like it would be like you are looking down from the perspective and you look at someone who looks way shorter than you, right? Like Tor looks like almost like a dwarf in this picture.
Okay, so I have a basis of comparison with Tor.
Yes.
Okay.
That's
okay.
what you do. So you'd be like, okay,
Sure.
well, how many people do you know who are like a few inches shy of 7 feet tall?
And do these visions come with any kind of emotion attached to them, like how the feel? So, like, for example, that pile of corpses.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel pride, or do you feel okay?
No. So like in that moment, you just feel like grim determination as like you look down.
Okay.
And like there's a little bit of anger, but it's more like righteous anger, more than anything. And like, and I'll say like you see the head and the like stuffed with gold coins. You don't feel good about it, but you feel like justice has been done, more or less. Things have been set right, and it doesn't give you like any satisfaction. And then like I would say also the giant pyre, you feel like a sense of loss as well, but it's more determination that sort of overrides that.
Gotcha. We'll definitely have getting over questions, but okay.
So I put it in traffic right before you left.
Yeah, well, damn, good enough.
I imagine that I just see your face go through a lot of emotions while that happens.
Yeah.
And then he walks away.
Tor calls me daddy. Shit.
He
It's
walks,
making out right.
as he walks away, I just look at. Just like,
Has he done that to you?
I don't know what the hell just happened there. You just went
He just
pale for a
he
second.
just accosted me.
It looked
with-
like you were gonna throw up.
Someone else might have. He just sent me a bunch of images and flashbacks of. I asked him once, back when we were with the elves, why he's here, and he didn't really give me an answer. And he decided apparently now was the time to answer the question, or at least some semblance of it. There, I don't know exactly what happened in his past, but. There was a lot of dead people, and I get the impression that he was maybe revenge might not be the best word, but it might be an appropriate one. I don't know. People died, and then he had a mission to fulfill, and now he's here. I don't really understand why him being here. Do you like draw in the dirt the symbol on the eye in the center that I saw in the vision? Do you know what? Do I know what that is? That symbol?
Ooh, I don't know. You think he does?
I think
Probably.
incredibly unlikely.
Probably not.
Like, well, it would just be like if somebody in the Vale had gone far up north, I would say, and it would be like if a scholar had seen it. Maybe you saw it in a book somewhere, like insane. I would say extremely, extremely unlikely would be my guess. Even then, I think.
I'm trying to think of where it would be found in the Vale,
Right.
and I just
I can't
think of anything.
I think it would, even in like the north, I think it wouldn't be like super common.
Yeah.
So I would say like 0 chance
Yeah.
probably.
It's probably pretty alien to you.
Okay. Well, I'd rather get something with this. And then I'll like erase it immediately, not knowing what it represents. I don't know.
And him and Tor mentioned that they're not strangers to war, so
There was some of that. I don't know. I think him and Tor are from the same village. Is what I
yeah, I
remember.
think they said that.
So whatever Aruna got tied up with, it wouldn't surprise me if Tor was involved as well. I know Tor was in one of the visions, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
More than one. He was actually also in the scene with the Avalanche as well.
We'll unpack that when I get back, or before I get back, and you can fill me in. But anyway, see you in a few days.
As soon as you make eye contact with your elven friend on the parapets and wave, he'll swoop down and land next to you in an open spot or on the roof of a nearby building and ask if you're ready.
Ready as I'm gonna be, I think.
Well, you waste no time. You light out at a frighteningly quick pace and find yourself soaring over the countryside.
Spit for luck.
Man,
You just
Did
hit the-
that.
Yeah.
Probably.
Is it raining,
And then you
guys?
just see the giant bird overhead. It's just like
Yeah.
making assumptions about what that was.
come on.
Dang it, guys!
Zach, as part of the morning, I would like to cast Read Omens,
Okay.
and it's like choose a particular goal or activity you plan to engage on.
Wait, as part of what?
It's like as part of the this afternoon, we'll say.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't know if I actually did anything in the morning.
You did. You helped revive Tor.
I meant like after that.
Rested, probably. You did
Probably rested after that. Like once he's gone, we can say. I want to cast Read Omens. Peek into the future. Choose a goal or activity you plan to engage in within a week, or an event you expect to happen. You learn a cryptic clue or piece of information that could help chosen event. I want to see what I can do to get these refugees out faster. That's my goal.
Okay. So how does this work? You just focus on an idea?
Yeah, it's a goal, activity, or an event I expect to happen, and I focus on that for. It's a 10-minute spell, 4th level spell. So that's sort of then I gain some sort of piece of advice that could help. Often in the form of a rhyme or omen, but I don't know that I would have forced you to write a rhyme or omen on the spot.
Okay. So you sit down and it's like a ritual. Or is it just a long casting time?
It's just a long cast.
There's
time.
no
I mean,
check?
we could do a card. I think. Knowing me,
You would just make cards part of
yeah,
it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't be like as complex as the Hera ritual. It would be more like dealing the cards out, and sort of reading the signs from them.
Okay. All right. So specifically, you're asking. Can you say it one more time?
My goal is to get these refugees out quickly.
Okay. I'm trying to think of how this. It doesn't explain how it is.
No, it seems to leave it up. It seems to leave like up to. I think it's intentionally vague, so you can choose how it gets conveyed.
Okay. I think probably you would begin to see messages written on the
Yeah.
cards, like a word at a time.
Yeah,
As you like draw through your deck.
or either that or like a flash of like memory or foresight, whichever way you want to. That would be cool too. I think like glimpses and visions or words on the cards.
Okay. You read that on your cards.
Okay. Cool. Nice. Okay. I would just also with another 10 minutes like to do a lore check.
Okay.
Using automatic writing, and I would like to do it on Lady Call.
Interesting.
I
Okay.
would like to know, basically what I'm looking for is, like, sort of my goal is to, so she's been meeting with the rest of the people on the council. That's what you said, I believe. Or I did like a society check, I remember, and you gave me some information about her.
Yes.
So she's part of this planning, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get her on sort of on my side, and I kind of want just information that would impress her or give me like leverage, or even just like knowing something about her that would allow me to make a favorable impression or give me sort of influence.
Okay.
That's like the goal. Like if it's just general information about her too, like that's the lore. That's how it goes. But that's sort of what I'm thinking when I'm doing this lore check here. Lady Call lore, I guess.
Okay. Probably it ends up being like,
Underworld. I kind of.
or I was, well, maybe, but probably just as likely to be like what's the word I'm looking for? Like noble.
Noble lore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. I think I have some information for you.
Having multiple days to do this stuff fulfills my dream of being a prophet now.
Mm-hmm.
I do need to make a roll for it though.
Okay.
I'm going to hero point that because that was a natural 1. That was a 37.
Hey.
With natural 1 to a 37. Hey, hero points not cursed.
Not today.
Not today.
Because today is probably the lowest stakes session
Yeah,
we've had of
that's
this entire
true.
campaign.
Hey, I want that lore.
That'll be very.
That's one of the
helpful.
highest rolls I've ever had at this campaign, I think.
37.
37 is
pretty
crack.
cooking.
The max I can get if I guidance myself is 40 on occultism.
I don't think I can have 40 in anything.
That's how when you dedicate yourself to the heart of the cards.
There you go. I think 37 is probably my max.
I really like what you said, by the way, Zach. Very, very nice.
What did you get?
I don't know what Stefan said it was called, but I know it consists of scotch and cider, right?
Yeah, it's called the flannel shirt.
The flannel shirt. That is excellent. Very seasonal, too.
Exactly.
Zach, you're such a good soldier, by the way. I sent you all this stuff that I wanted
That's
to,
really good.
to check.
I tried to prepare a little bit.
Yeah,
so-
like I know it's not
I
all.
made it like last year using like Giant Eagle apple cider, and it was so overly like tart
Yeah.
and like cider forward. But I got some cider from Appleside Farms, and it's much more subtle,
Yeah.
and it makes a much better drink. I can actually taste everything else in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that sort of after this would happen, I would talk to, assuming you guys are still hanging out near the.
I mean, as long as you didn't go anywhere.
No.
I don't think I went anywhere yet.
No, I didn't go anywhere. I'm just at our camp, our little area bunk. I would ask you guys for help. I think that if everyone here, all these refugees, we raise their spirits, spread some good cheer to the crowd, and make sure that people are getting rations, this is going to go much, much quicker. Be surprised at how much a little bit of hope can get people to push through discomfort. I've seen it. He sort of stops himself. I suspect that will be the case. He stops himself before he says, "I've seen it," and like you see him like sort of reaching for his cards as he says that, and he like thinks better of it. I suspect that will happen.
Well, this may come as a true shock. I am not exactly the people inspirer or the most charismatic of an individual.
I think you could help with.
I believe we just sent him to Denver.
I think that you could help a lot with, organizing the distribution of food, perhaps. Get things rolling with some of these soldiers, so that people get rations, people get moving. Just an extra pair of competent hands can make a big difference. And Davian, maybe you could help convince some of the guards.
Convince them to what?
Start distributing food faster. Have the militia start packing rations.
They do need to get back to training at some point.
They won't have room to train with all these refugees in the way. If you get them working with packing food, and maybe I could go spread some positive cheer.
I can at least tell Serrana's lieutenants, because you're right, while they are occupying the remnants of the former market, there's not really a training ground to be had.
I'll give it a look at wherever they're distributing the food from. I suppose that I've got at least my fair share of experience with how to pack for being out on the road. Maybe we can more efficiently put together some, I guess, travel packs. That's all I got for you, though.
I think every little bit will help.
Maybe. I think my usefulness comes later.
I need to get you on one of those birds that chased down one of the dragons.
There was Kiliar and I talked at the end of the last session about going out for a harrying mission on the front of the like Red Hand. You know how they sent out just like to Nimon Gap,
Yeah.
that like small group. Us going out with the group of eagles or with the group of owls at night and shooting from, because I can hit from
As long as you
500
take out
feet.
the what was that?
Manticore.
Manticore. Everything else is pretty much dead.
Yeah.
Well, those wolf things can cast some spells, so who knows?
Yeah, it just depends on
But it's a good idea.
range. I think I had to double check it, but I think it's up to like 300 feet or something. I'm still within no penalty of shot.
Yeah.
So, because ranger feet.
Did you get that message?
Yes, I did. Thank
Perfect.
you. I'd like to cast heroism on myself, and then I'm going to start basically going to some of the thickest crowds and telling them that the Lions of Brindle will be protecting the way. It'll be a perfectly safe path, and that if we make the trip quickly, that we'll have more time to the armies here will have more time to prepare, and once we defeat the Red Hand, they'll be home in no time. But the faster they get out, the sooner they can start preparing, and the sooner the Red Hand will be defeated. And just sort of a very optimistic, it's definitely going to happen. We're definitely going to whip these guys. Sort of confidence, and sort of just start spreading that word.
Okay. Go ahead and make a diplomacy check, I think.
Yep. That would be 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
You definitely seem to be influencing small groups at a time,
Mm-hmm.
but you clearly are having an impact.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell that in the groups that really hear your sermon of sorts, their mood lifts.
Mm-hmm.
They look less forlorn, and you also see that while they're not rushing off, it looks like they're playing a little more nicely against
Mm-hmm.
one another. They're not sort of pushing shoulders and having little spats and fights. They're kind of a bit more synchronized in purpose, and you feel like that's a good sign of
Mm-hmm.
quickening this exodus. How long do you want to do this for?
How much can I accomplish in, let's say, 2 hours? How much of the city could I case?
A couple streets, maybe.
Okay,
Yeah.
That's fair. I'll probably spend. It's like early afternoon, right? I probably do it until. Might as well do it till almost dusk. We'll say.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I want these people to get moving too. So.
Okay. I think that leaves us with Davian.
After talking with Runar and departing, I will, first hit up the lieutenants and spread the word that basically, so obviously we set up this area as a bit of a staging area, and now having the militia assist in the food preparations for the soon-to-be exiting refugees, and have them shift their priority for the next day or so. And after that, I will head back to Brindle Academy. Or actually, where am I more likely to find Immerstall? At the academy or at Immerstall's shop?
Yeah, to your
'Cause I know that
knowledge,
Immerstal doesn't run in that shop.
Immerstal does not spend much time at the academy.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess then I'll start at the, what was it? Red Magic and
It's like Sundries, maybe?
Red Magic and Sundries.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like a laundry. She drives a hard bargain, but she's fair.
And you do find a laundry tending shop. She seems to scare some of the refugees that find themselves wandering in. She doesn't take kindly to them poking around. She's not mean to them unless they don't leave when she asks them to. But you can tell like she wants to keep the shop in order, and she has for the most part.
Fair. What does Elandri look like? Is she human, elven?
Her features are strange. She's ostensibly human, as far as you can tell. But she has very strange eyes. Yellow eyes. That are quite striking. And she's pretty strikingly attractive. But in a very like non-traditional type of way. She has like really thick, long hair that comes down all the way back to like her lower back, and with like crazy volume, and it's extremely shiny, and it sort of gives her this like larger than life presence, almost like she's a bigger person than she really is, and she's quite tall for a human woman. Yeah, she's sort of maybe like brown or olive skinned, somewhere in that realm, which sets off her eyes even more. Yeah, but other than that, she dresses in very plain clothing, not fancy at all, very utilitarian.
Okay. Elandri, is Immerstal here?
He's always here.
Well, I guess, not that I'm in Brindle constantly. Would I know that he's just like? Does he just see people, or do you have to like set up an audience, or
you don't know of anyone who has talked to Immersal lately, apart from Jarmath, perhaps.
Okay.
And you've heard rumors that he lives in this tower somewhere in the floors above.
Gotcha.
But you don't know how people get in touch with him.
Right. Any chance I could speak with him?
She kind of like puts her head on her hand. Well, I guess that depends on what you have in mind to talk about. He doesn't just talk to anyone, He's quite busy.
I've been, working with Jarmuth and Serana recently, and it pertains to the upcoming siege and defense of the city.
Well, that's interesting. I know Immerstal's rather concerned about that as well. He's been up there tinkering with defenses himself.
Well, that's good news, at least.
What exactly did you want to talk to him about, though?
Plans and possibly requisitioning a few things.
Requisitioning?
I think that's the word I meant, but let me check.
It's like taking something for a military purpose, more or less.
Oh, that was not exactly what I meant.
Oh, okay.
It's close, but it's not. Yeah.
Or like it's like so there's like a formal request or something like that, but it's more like you just sort of take it.
Yeah, no, if Jarmeth was like, I'm requisitioning all of your dope magical stuff for the defense of the city, that would be an appropriate usage of it.
Yeah.
Oops. Requisitioning might not be the right word. Requesting a few things. I suppose some of which you might have in stock already, but I wasn't sure if there was an ongoing tab courtesy of the crown in regards to acquiring things that will be used in the upcoming battle.
It's not beyond belief that we might agree to something like that. It might be something for the War Council if you're invited. I know Immerstal is not looking forward to being distracted by those meetings, but I'm sure you'll find some time with him there.
I will be there.
If there's anything more specific, I might be able to send a message to Immerstal to see if he's interested in discussing for a fee.
No, the knowledge that he is presently hard at work with the defense of Brindle in mind is will suffice for now.
She looks genuinely disappointed.
I believe it. I suppose while I'm here, can I peruse your wares?
Of course. Why else would I be here? Anything specific you're looking for?
Funny that you ask. Absolutely. Wands of the invisibility, see the unseen, tailwind, and fleet step variety.
Didn't you
Fleet
find
step-
a wand of fleet step last session?
I didn't go shopping.
There's a
for it.
level 1
Oh, you found it.
tailwind wand.
Well, or yeah, level 1 tailwind, which is worse. Level 1 fleet
Yeah.
step is a 30-foot move status bonus for 1 minute.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is a lot.
But you will be pleased to know I am looking for some second level ones of tailwind, because speeding the two of you up like crazy sounds busted.
I don't know if he can get it because it might not stack with his your scout thing. Is it a status bonus that you get?
Oh yeah, that is an important
Allow me to
distinction.
look.
What would R2 mean next to a spell?
Rank 2.
Probably.
R2 would be rank 2 because that's what they call it now. They
Again,
don't call it level 2. They call it rank 2.
Plus 10-foot status bonus to my speed.
Is what your
That's what the scout
they
speed
give you. Okay,
says.
then you cannot get the bonus of tailwind, or it doesn't stack.
Because
rather.
they're both
Yeah,
status
it's like
bonuses.
my Arcane Cascade stance and
Got it.
tailwind.
Yeah, because that's what I was looking. I was looking for that too, and I think he said that they had I don't remember what level it was. They had a wand, but I don't remember if it was. I don't remember if it was. I think he said it was rank 1.
Give somebody else my bracelet of dashing then.
Remind me what that does.
It's 1 minute, once per day, 1 minute,
Okay.
10-foot bonus to speed.
Well, in that
It's a
case,
status bonus, so I can't use it at all.
Yeah, we should send that to Redrick when he gets back.
Yeah.
What?
well,
I had the boots of bounty. so
I will remind you,
Does
Immerstal is
status-
more than
I
capable
do
of
status bonus.
commissioning something if you need it. However, I do have a wand of invisibility and a wand of tailwind, rank 2.
Ooh, that's what we want.
Excellent. I now need to open our group finances sheet because I'm like, I definitely don't personally have the money for this.
We have no money.
We have none. We have to sell
We have to- it's-
the.
we
We
have
have to sell the kukri to buy stuff. Pretty much, it's our only like liquidatable item. Which, if we find good stuff, we should. But
Do we really have 2 wands of manifold missiles?
Yes.
Do we need 2 of them?
Sell one.
they'll only sell for
80.
80.
It's only 80.
That's not gonna.
That's 1 wand. That's one first level fund. It looks
Oh
like.
yeah. I mean, it will hit the first level one.
Yes. Wand of rank 2 spell is like 160.
Yes.
Zach, can you remind us what the forked wand that we got from Olwai was?
Oh, I believe I can.
The one Tor has.
Yes. It's our far and away second most valuable thing that we have.
Okay, that was on Ulwai, you said?
Yes.
We should definitely just sell the kukri, because unless we're gonna wield it, it's just like we could turn it into so many.
It's just so
North.
cool. I want to use it,
But
also
we're not going to.
But also,
You
just
have-
like Bryn holding like, all these swords are sentient.
Yeah, it's like we shouldn't do that again, because we had so much lost value on Bryn sitting on a sentient sword and then a sword that nukes but never got used.
It is a Wand of Thundering Echoes.
Right.
You can cast Sound Burst. It works like Manifold Missiles, except with Sound Burst instead.
Yes.
Wand of Thundering Echoes.
Yes.
Yeah, I put the value of it in there.
Yeah, no, I saw it. I didn't remember exactly what it actually did.
2d10 sonic damage with a Fortitude save and a 10-foot burst. Chance to deafen.
That's pretty good, because he doesn't have a lot of like damaging abilities.
Well, our usual tool doesn't.
Yeah, well, either one could use it though.
Well, we don't know that.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure Caleb has to use trick magic item to use a wand.
He does have to use trick.
Yeah, he should still have it though, unless.
Rod might not have the same capabilities.
Yeah.
I mean, we've only seen her on, what, for a couple of hours one time? What are the
Yeah.
odds?
Yeah.
They were just stuck with him for days at a time.
Fair.
I'm not even there.
We have also have a +1 striking short sword in the inventory.
Yeah.
Okay, well, so I need to thank you, Landry. I appreciate it. Put these under the counter for me for a short while. I need to meet with my group and collect the requisite funds.
What were the things that she had right now that you picked?
Tailwind, second level, and invisibility.
Oh, she was
Wands.
the second level's a wand.
They're both wands.
Second
That's
level wands.
nice.
So they're 160 apiece.
That's the good tailwind wand, right? The
Yeah.
8-hour cast.
That's
Okay,
right.
that was one that we said we
Yeah.
wanted no matter what.
Yes.
And then what was the other one? I'm sorry, totally went over my head.
Invisibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can
also-
also
But the non-combat invisibility.
Yeah.
But it lasts for 10
Still
minutes.
useful.
The important thing to remember about Tailwind 2 is you can only cast it on yourself.
Oh, is it really self?
That's what I was wondering.
It's
is
self
if
only.
Self cast.
It is, yeah.
Does that help us then? I mean, I guess.
Yes, it helps me for sure. But yeah, you can. You have to cast it on yourself. It doesn't have like it says only you. It doesn't say. It doesn't give like another target. I looked this up.
Shoot.
I looked this up.
Then we
before.
definitely need to give the dashing
To
to
him, yeah.
Redrick.
Well, especially because I'm not getting any use out of it right now.
What does it give?
For a minute, you get +10 movement.
Ah, that's pretty cool.
And it's
Yeah.
status rather than item.
Yeah, I'd be pretty speed. 40 speed for a dwarf in full plate is
Crazy.
it's kind of insane.
Kind of crazy.
I should be at 15 feet. Like at this point,
That's true, actually, yeah.
I've taken several feats to mitigate that.
I guess
issue.
the only thing that I can do is item bonuses to speed. So like Boots of Bounding is my only angle.
There's also this item called.
What is Boots of Bounding? And he
That's
has
what
boots
he's
of
got
Bounding.
those. Yeah, they're the +5 item bonus to speed, and they give you a 2-item bonus to athletics checks with high jump and long jump.
There's also this item called the Oil of Skating. It's kind of a risky item, though.
Does it do what it sounds like?
You gain a plus 10 stats bonus to your speed, which doubles if you're moving downhill. And however, if you need to go uphill, it's difficult terrain.
That's
So
so much.
I really love that.
I want to make some.
That's so great.
All I could say, I wish I had some when we were running down the hill towards Neemon Gap.
Yeah.
I'm like, God damn it. There's also some other things
That's
around
amazing.
it, but that's for an hour. It's a fun item. It's only 5 gold. I want some. Let's see if we get uphill.
And then scrolls that I am interested in, or actually some that I want to. And they're probably not going to do it without a down payment, which I don't currently have. Scrolls of Fireball, Lightning Bolt, Cone of Gold, and then Resist Energy 4th level, and Invisibility 4th level.
They don't have any of those already ready for you.
Okay, that's fine.
But they can. She says that Immerstal will create scrolls, write scrolls for you up to rank 8.
Wowzers.
Can you cast a scroll that you can't cast yet?
Rank 8, you mean like a level 8 item?
Yeah, sorry, it's not rank as in like
Level 8
8th level
item.
spells. It's as in
So a 4th level spell.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was
I
like,
was-
why doesn't this guy just defend the city himself?
Yeah.
I cast,
What do they need us
I
for?
cast Wind.
I give scrolls of summon like illusory dragon to 20 people, and they just win.
I get the sense that like this guy is a little bit stronger than we are, or somewhere some things are on a little bit higher level than us is my guess based on the fact that he can make like 8th level scrolls, and he's some big shot wizard. So that's my guess at least.
Would you like me to have him begin creating any of those?
A batch of 4th level resist energy scrolls, please.
Okay.
How much is that?
70 gold a pop.
How many?
And they come in groups of 3, right?
Well, 4 is the optimal time usage number.
Right.
Okay, it was 4. I don't know why I thought 3.
So
Probably
it's
'cause I don't use
10. So the important part and the reason why I think it's worth it is we don't know if we're, so there's 2 dragons, there's acid and there's poison, and resist energy. When you use the scroll, it lets you choose that. It's not like a locked in scroll of a specific type, and it's 10 of that type resist for 10 minutes.
Listen, if they're gonna make it without a down payment, I mean, have them make it. No matter, like, regardless of how many we end up purchasing, right?
I mean, I'm assuming we're going to volunteer as the Dragon Squad.
Oh yeah.
So I assume that will come with a stipend, is what I'm hoping for.
I hope so.
Well, I can have him work on 4 of them if that works for you. I will need some sort of
There it is.
fee to begin this work.
Can I hand you something to hold as a deposit until I come back with the proper proper method of payment?
She looks at you, confused. What exactly did you have in mind?
I pull out the kukri.
She looks at it and says, "Oh, this is really quite interesting. However," and she kind of like hands it back to you. That's not what I had in mind. I deal in riddles.
That's also her second time seeing.
Yeah. Oh, wait, really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Wait.
I forgot about that.
Do you have anything for me?
If only Runar was
Oh
there.
my god!
If only Runar.
What was that one from Out of the Abyss with when the riddle was ice?
Box without hinges, keys on a lid, yet golden treasure inside his head.
I was
That's
very
classic.
not prepared for this to be the request to.
I can tell that you are at a loss. Perhaps it was unfair of me to ask this. You have not shopped here before, or at least not. You have not spent enough time in the city, perhaps, to know that this is my usual request. Tomorrow, I expect a riddle.
You will have one.
Get dunked on.
Anything else?
Do you have any rings of wizardry? I'm just kidding. I don't say that. I leave.
I don't think she does.
Oh, no, it's within Inmerstall's range, from what I understand.
I don't think, for whatever reason, she has no rings whatsoever.
Inmerstall's just got like 2 rings on each finger.
He's like, these are for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be back. Thank you, Alandri.
Go now.
I like her.
That is one way to spend a day. Anything else we want to do before the day ends? You will land for the evening. Your guide asks you whether you want to land with
Solid.
the caravan
Be
or
right
with
there
the
first to get-
train of people.
Are we ahead of them?
Yes, but they will catch up by the time that you wake.
So waiting with them would mean basically sleeping in the road. So that
Yeah.
I'll,
Probably not like the main body of people, but some of the horse riders, the advanced riders, will definitely find you by the time you wake up.
It's faster to not. So
Oh no, it's just your preference.
then yeah, I'd like to. Yeah,
Okay. Well, you sat down right next to the road.
a little not visible. so
Well,
to
yeah,
speak,
but-
yeah, but yes.
Before I go to bed, I'd also would like to cast Reed Omens with like
Okay.
a 4th level slot.
Okay. What are you asking this time?
This time, my goal is very, very similar along the lines of my lore check, which is my goal is to convince Lady Call to support me at the council. Basically, support my plans. Like, if I make recommendations, I want to have credibility with her at the council, or let's even make a good impression on her. We'll maybe make that the goal instead. Make that easier.
Interesting.
Can you only do that once? Can you do it twice?
I can do it twice a day.
Is this your second time?
Yes, I can do it again tomorrow though.
Yeah.
Don't you worry. I will do it again tomorrow. Is that a matter of can? I will do it tomorrow.
I have an idea. When I go to sleep tonight, I will cast Dream Message and send a message to the second in command at Redemption's Roost in by Doth.
Oh. What are you sending?
A message that I am typing out,
Okay, cool.
which I could add more, but I can't think of much else to say. It can be it says about 250 words, but it's a minute. Whatever you can say in a minute, I expect this would only take me about 30 seconds, and I'm 4/5 of the way to 250.
I had a lot of these prepared, but I have to tweak some of them, so
Yeah.
give me just a moment.
Oh yeah, that's fair. I know I gave you some interesting curveballs probably. I figured like I'm gonna have the chance to sway some people, and I feel like feels like she would probably not be the easiest to sway. So that's why I'm trying to target specifically her. About to go in and drop a knowledge bomb and play the prophet. Ooh, what do I can offer her a gift? Is Resilient Rune the one that gives you +1 to all your saving throws?
Yeah.
Guessing that's pretty pricey.
It's not cheap.
It's 340 gold. That is pretty pricey.
Came on the armor.
I'm not surprised though. It's a really good bonus.
It's,
but we could turn.
Cloak of Protection was like the same thing in Pathfinder First Edition, plus one everything, and like pretty much everyone made sure they had one. Like,
Yeah, I bet.
and they came like up to like +5s, like at a mad max level.
Figured as much.
Anything else? You're sending me that.
I mean, there are two things that I would have tried to do today. One of which would have been trying to help the. This is what I would do after, but I would try to, wherever they are, like, I'm assuming they are provisioning the people that are going to take the journey to Denevar, but wherever they're doing that, I would probably try to use, again, like my experience, like with travel, just from being, very much in the wilderness a lot, and try to, like, more efficiently and compactly, like, pack the whatever, like, care package bundle each person gets.
Interesting.
Because I'm sure that it's like, they're throwing stuff together, but it might not be, it might either be excess or it might be done in a way that's like just not as effective as what somebody who frequently lives in that kind of circumstance would do.
And like this point as well, we spent like we spent a fair amount of time like in a carriage as well. So like if there's wagons too, you probably have a good idea of like how are we gonna get this, like what's the best way to pack this stuff up, etc.
I think less that though.
Yeah.
For Brex, like maybe
Right,
somebody else would, but
Go ahead and make a survival check for that.
Please survive.
I'm gonna hero point it. I mean, it improved. 21.
You
I thought you were an expert in survival.
I guess not right now.
That doesn't seem right.
We are level 8, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I thought there was like a feat or one of your
I thought it was
archetypes
but
gave
yeah.
you.
It doesn't say so on the sheet right now, at least.
What was the total?
21.
I think the thing that you notice that's strangest to you is that they are packing very balanced sort of meals in these packs. There's like bread, cheese, salted beef. There's a lot of salted fish.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little bit of like some of the bread's like hardtack, like the stuff that lasts like a really long time. But the thing that strikes you is that it's probably kind of an inefficient use of the preserved food, because they're only going to be on the road for a couple of days. And if you have to feed the army for a long time, that food is much better saved for Brindle's defenses. The quick-to-perish food is much better spent on these travelers. And you think probably, while it's not going to save a ton of time in terms of getting people out of the city, it may pay dividends for prolonged battle, if it comes to that.
That's, I mean, in whatever capacity that I can influence that packing that's going on.
Make a diplomacy, intimidation, society maybe.
All of these things are so good.
Survival.
You're gonna die if you don't do this. This is for
I
your
promise you
survival.
in the longer terms, this is for your survival.
10.
Okay. The people you talk to seem to understand, and they start changing the way they're packing their these bags, which they kind of give to the most sort of strongest looking travelers to kind of help feed their groups as they travel. But you notice that the word isn't exactly getting around. Like, there are a lot of people packing these items, and so probably only a subset of the resources are really being saved here in this approach. But certainly, a good deal of the more long-term salted meat and fish is going to be saved here.
In that case, I will certainly bring this up to my compatriots and
Okay.
have one of them attempt to convince people.
Oh yeah.
Not today. Presumably they won't be able to do what they did and go do this, but tomorrow. So we'll lose some of what occurs today, but maybe somebody else will have a better job spreading that information.
Okay.
So that's we'll do that. And then the other thing I wanted to check, I know of the the weapon shop. Do I also know of anywhere that works with armor?
The only place that you know that so that same weapon shop, Shank Shivs, will also make armor. But they only commission it. They don't carry a bunch of armor.
Okay. Well,
Ready for this sale. That's with magical items. Mundane armor can be found in a bunch of armorers in the city.
yeah, so then I'd go to Shanks for sure.
Okay.
And basically I know somebody went there either yesterday or the day before in game.
Yeah.
But Rex would be checking in if they have any armor property runes, particularly looking for stanching or quenching.
Oh,
What does stanching do?
Lowers
Really
the
good one.
difficulty of the flat check for persistent bleed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and quenching is for persistent fire and acid, which would be, I think, aside from you, we all have a slot, including Tor. We all have a slot we could fill, and these are, if they had stanching is the cheapest, it's 130, and then quenching is 250. So we could easily, if they had the rune, we could easily equip our armor pieces. I mean, again, sans kukri, we could equip our armor pieces with pretty good defensive buffs against things that are
I have a
devastating.
too, because resilient is like striking, where you get the extra die and hit weapons. Resilient works that way. So,
Resilient both? You can have resilient and another
I
property?
think so, yeah.
Yes.
Wow, that's crazy. I did not know that how that one worked.
Due to their focus on weapons,
Mm-hmm.
they only have currently made armor potency and resilient runes. But they do tell you they will make them if you want them to. If you want his stone carvers to begin work, he will make them for you.
Does that require us to do any like down payment or anything like that?
Not gonna be happy.
How much did you spend with him?
I was dead, so I don't know.
Well, how much did the group spend with him?
I spent nothing. I sold him a bunch.
I thought. Oh, you sold him a bunch. That's
I
right.
spent 0 money so far
Yeah,
in Brindle.
you can make a. You can make a plea,
I'll just.
but
Rex not gonna do that. He's just gonna come back tomorrow after the group
okay,
like chats.
all right.
Got good omen
He
first.
he doesn't seem to be averse to the idea.
Mm-hmm.
He genuinely seems sort of surprised that you're asking for this. It seems like he gets the sense that you mean business, and maybe he likes that a little bit.
Yeah.
But he shares that he's busy
Yeah.
crafting mostly items for the Lions of Brindle,
Yeah.
and that he'll need something to shift that work.
Yeah, and I'll mention to him. Worth noting. You might even it might benefit you too. Whatever you're crafting for the Lions of Brindle. The reason I'm asking about these is because they got this coming army's got dragons, and they spit fire and they spit acid.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So I'll be back tomorrow with a more formal request, I'm sure.
If you humor him, he will ask about the dragons.
I will absolutely talk to him about the dragons that I'm. Yeah, I mean, they're nasty bastards, but they're also rats. Man, I was so close to taking down the black one. We wouldn't even be talking about acid if that worm wouldn't have escaped. I took a shot at him from about 700 feet and just missed taking him down. He was licking his wounds and running away. If Redrick wasn't about to die, we could have hunted him down.
Sounds like someone you should keep an eye out for.
Sounds like
He'll probably be looking for you as well when he comes back.
Well, I'm sure that the end result of if he finds me is either going to be me watching his tail from the opposite direction as he flies away again, like the coward he is, or I'll be carrying his head through the streets of Brindle for proper taxiderming.
Well, I think we might be able to help you with that if you are so lucky. Well, I look forward to hearing more in the coming days. We'll see what we can do about those runes.
Yeah. And again, even outside of us, just keep in mind they got some nasty elements that they're working with, so prepare accordingly is what I'd say.
Brindle's never quite seen anything like this before.
Gonna be a fun new challenge for you guys.
You could say that.
And now Rex will about face and head back.
Okay. I think that about does it for
Day 33.
day 33.
Whenever we get back together at the
We are
camp
never,
tonight, we need to come up with funds. There are a handful of ideas of scrolls and wands that would both prove quite useful for our upcoming dragon slaying endeavors. But as we know, nothing comes free.
Yeah. Well, I forgot what happened to that fancy dagger I took from the Ghost Lord. That's gotta fetch a pretty price, right?
I had Shanks look at it 2 days ago. He was quite impressed.
What about the, you went to that magic
Laundry.
shop too? She got any interest in it? Do you think we got like a best case buyer?
She didn't seem interested. She was interestingly fascinated in riddles, though. Was willing to accept that as a down payment for a commission.
I wonder, do we think it'll just set the Kugri? I assume we have some degree of a table
Oh
that
yeah.
we get to function with.
Yep.
Able to. Do you guys? Well, I guess Runar, you probably don't have anyone in mind, but Davian, do you know anyone in the city? Probably of the fancier side of things, who's more of a like collector or somebody who might pay a premium for something that has inherent like rarity value rather than us just selling it for its material worth.
Sounds like society.
That's what I was going to have you read on.
House,
Find a collector.
possibly the House Call or the Taskerwills. They're both extraordinarily wealthy. I don't know of any particular collecting interests, but rich people do strange things with their wealth.
That's true. I just figure if we're gonna sell it, let's get as much bang for our buck, you know?
Agreed. We also wish we could get, well, I'm sure we can discuss such things at the War Council, but you, I know already, will be on board with this, but I was planning on proposing us as the primary dragon hunting squad.
I think they'll be looking for us too, so that should probably be a fairly easy job. There's a couple of worms with wounded pride, I would say.
I wonder if we could, well, I don't know. So we need to outfit accordingly to deal with this. I know we can do it, but it won't be easy, but there are certain things that will certainly aid in our success.
Yeah, I know it, I went to Shanks, and they can get us some useful runes that'll help with our survivability, I would say, especially against like bleeding out and acid and fire, if we're to believe that the Red Hand's got another similarly colored dragon to the name of the group.
There's stanching and what?
Quenching. There are also greater versions of those that are obviously a magnitude
Extraordinarily more expensive?
Well, the stanching's not extraordinarily more, but it is more. It's 600 versus the 130. The quenching is extraordinarily more because there isn't really quenching. It jumps up to, I think, energy resistant rather than.
It's pretty good.
Oh no, there's quenching major is 4,500. There's got to be a quenching greater. Regardless,
My thought is I'd probably lean towards resiliency runes before I would do that, but if we had, I don't know, this is my thought.
the resilient. The problem is if we go resilient,
Yeah.
there's 340, and we can't get as many.
Right. It's just a
To
lot more
spread.
niche. The quenching. It's probably good, but
How much are the stanching quenching cost wise?
I don't know.
Stanching's 130. Quenching is 250. And then resilience 340. Which it'd be great to go resilient in general, because you could get the like +1 to all saving throws.
Mm-hmm.
Is great.
especially since like crit failing is just so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, crit failing is usually the onset of one of those persistent.
Yeah.
Right.
That's true.
But I think they're both good. My opinion is just that even if we had fewer people with resilient runes, I think I'd probably rather have that. I'd rather have both because they're both good. I think like I'd rather have like a couple of resiliency runes, like maybe on you, maybe on like people who get hit a lot, which is kind of all of us. But
If they gave us a bulk discount and we got 4 resilient runes because we have us 4, maybe, just maybe, we could get them to throw in, some sort of BOGO deal for stanching on top of the resilient.
I personally favor quenching. over
I agree,
stanching.
but listen, I'm going for the one that's 130 because I'm trying to reach for a 2-for-1 deal here. Since we're going for the big order.
I appreciate that.
I'm trying to swing at the weight class rather than 2 levels above. But I think for
Immerstal is working on something. Was not able to gain an audience with him today, but perhaps tomorrow. The laundry caught me a bit off guard. I was not expecting to be texted riddles.
maybe I'll do a little bit of sniffing around tomorrow to see about a potential buyer that'll maximize what we can get out of the kukri. I've got some unsavory ideas of people.
I also wonder
Gold's gold, though.
Gold's gold.
how soon might it be appropriate to take do a bit of a reconnaissance slash reconnaissance or hit and run mission, given that we currently have access to the Owl Riders.
Well, Kiliar mentioned to me that they've been doing nightly recon. So I suspect if we check with him tomorrow and see what the army movement looks like, if it seems like, based on how they've progressed, there's going to be an opportunity to do a harrying of the, we'll call it the pillar of the column, then we could do it probably any night. We could do it based off of what they find out that previous night, just from pure reconnaissance and no engagement. But I'll check with him in the morning, and then if it makes sense, we can fly out that night. That's
Sounds
my
good.
thought on it, at least. I mean, I'm not going to feel better for a while, so we're not waiting on that. They'll be a bit too close to our
Are
door.
we traveling 16 hours a day, or are we resting for 8 on my flight? Am I crafting, or am I just flying and sleeping?
You are only traveling for about 8 hours a day,
Okay.
so you do have time if you have the equipment to do it
I
you.
I did say I wanted to like stop and stock up so I could craft while I was there and stuff.
Yeah.
Could I have gotten or looked for the schematic for a level 2 scroll before I left?
Is that how that works? You just need the schematic?
I can do it without the schematic. It just goes faster if I have the schematic.
Immerstal would have had that.
Okay. I'll look up how to buy that, or how much that costs. So I basically just like, I'm gonna be crafting stuff, but I want to finish the roleplay before I looked into what I'd be crafting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fair. Okay.
If you have resistance, does resistance apply? Let's say you have fire resistance and you take persistent fire. Does it apply to
Yes.
the persistent?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it does.
Okay. That's what I was wondering. Because
So
that
if
makes.
you have resist energy on, then suddenly, 10 persistent fire damage is 0 still.
Yeah, I was going to say, because the initial, like, a big hit
Yeah.
is, like, resist energy on, like, a big hit is, like, big deal 5 damage. It's where the persistent comes into play that it's, like, that's where you get bigger value on it, I would assume.
Yeah, and I mean, even
That's true.
so, I'm assuming that we do it in a pre-buff kind of scenario where we're like,
Yeah.
all right, dragon's coming in, let's get this cast, and we'll have it for several rounds. And even as long as it's a pre-buff, if it stops 20 damage, that's real worth it. If you're not
Yeah.
using in combat
Yeah, I didn't even
time.
see that. What's it called? Heightened. So 4th level would bring it up to a resistance of 10, not 5, right?
That is what I am trying to requisition. here.
Yeah. That.
It'd be 70 apiece, but seems like the best bang for the buck because 7th level is like 600 apiece.
Yeah. I think it'll all be a function of if we've got the goods to make it
What do
happen.
you also the schematic for 3rd level scrolls?
What level is that?
What level is it? 5th, presumably, because it's a 3rd level spell.
Yeah, he'd have that.
Okay. Oh, wow, what the fuck? Oh, I saw 150 gold as the cost of the formula, but that's level.
I was gonna say, it
13.
definitely shouldn't be.
It's level 13. I can. It's only 5 gold for both. It's for both formula together.
Okay, that makes much more sense.
Yeah. So I'll pick those up.
This +1 breastplate in our inventory has been gone for a long time.
Has it?
Yeah, because
Oh, we stole the +1 from it.
like Drellin's Ferry, we stole the +1 from it and moved it to studded leather, and then it was sold.
Okay. We'll just change it to Zol.
I'm down to 9 gold in my personal inventory.
Nice.
I'm gonna take out some from the bank.
Yeah, I've got. I have 5. We could also hit up house call. I would assume for something tantamount to a line of credit.
She's not the type of person you want to owe favors to.
Well, I will worry about that after Brindle has been defended.
I don't know anything about this lady.
She's bad news. As I said, not the type of person you want to owe favors to.
That is very vague. You probably don't owe favors to me either.
It's akin to a deal with the devil. He says that very wryly to you.
Well, you guys are able to rest, although barely, in this cacophony of a city.
Nope, I have no problem
Yeah.
sleeping. That's my eye/slash equivalent.
Mhm.
Sleeping somewhere? Oh, I sleep like a baby. Not a problem. Sleeping like a cat.
I wish I had that.
Yeah,
Yeah, no kidding.
for real.
And you wake up on day 34 with the whole day ahead of you. T minus 4 days to the meeting.
Oh, I want to say. I put 9 days until the enemy arrives in my message. Would that be accurate that morning?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Based on your information, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Rex currently has a potion of quickness in his inventory.
Read
I
that
realized
for a long
I looked
time.
up wands and scrolls, and like, what's even more useful? A drinkable scroll.
I think I had that since the Dragon Horde.
Yeah. Bell tower. Yep. Yes, you are correct.
I almost used it during that battle where we had deaths. And I think money-wise it would have been worth it, considering the after effects.
Possibly.
Alright, so hear me out. We buy several serums of sex shifts, and we we
Damn.
use it to turn the dragons gay.
And then what? And then what? They still kill us.
But they don't know it's us.
Said you needed a riddle, Davian.
Oh, I've thought of a few, but I'm certainly willing to hear any ideas you've got.
Got one in mind.
Hit me with it.
I have a head, I have a tail. I have no body, but I'm far from frail. Despite my head, I have no brain. I sing a jingle which makes men insane. When I leap in the air I dance, I leave my landing up to chance.
One more time.
I have a head, I have a tail. I have no body, but I'm far from frail. Despite my head, I have no brain. I sing a jingle which makes men insane. When I leap, in the air I dance, I leave my landing up to chance. I came up with this on the spot, by the way.
It's pretty good.
It's not
It's
bad.
really not bad.
Wait, you literally like just invented this riddle?
Yes.
Damn. I'll think about it. We'll come back to this.
A spring.
No. It's a good guess. Well, we'll see if Alondian enjoys it. Yeah, I guess first thing in the morning, I could go with you.
Wait, hold up.
Oh yeah, stop.
You got anything that'll like help me find somebody that'll buy this at a premium, like collector, something, some sort of card stuff?
I get your meaning. Could maybe help. Sort of.
I mean, you help me
Use-
hit stuff. Surely, finding somebody who would buy
Yeah,
this
so
for a
I'll-
lot is easier.
Yeah, I'll cast Read Omens, and my goal is to find someone who would be uniquely interested in this kukri that would pay a premium for it, or pay like full price, we'll say, or whatever, a premium, maybe not full
Yeah,
price, but
yeah.
more than we would get from Shanks. So yeah, it won't be like as involved like you've seen the Harrowing Ritual many times, but it will spread out as like Harrow Map and spread out the deck as well, and then sort of close his eyes and the deck will start like levitating a little bit, and shuffling itself around. And see what happens.
What are you trying to sell here?
The kukri.
Kukri. I'm
Yes.
looking for somebody who would be uniquely interested in it to the point where we would sell it because it would have more value to them than just, hey, this is made of adamantine material
Mm-hmm.
with decay.
Beyond the utility,
Yeah.
like as a piece of art almost.
Okay, interesting. Wasn't prepared for this one either, but I'll have you. I'll have something here in a second.
So like watching this, you said this is it's not as involved as the harrowing.
No, with like the harrowing, you can tell like each time you see the harrowing, it looks very Oh, it almost looks like formulaic. Like you
And
see
flashier.
Yes, and you see like a circle drawn. And, like he has to draw. Like he draws out the circles. You see like sets of runes that are in a very specific pattern. And this is just like it's much simpler.
I look over at Davian, assuming Davian's still here. I imagine Tor is like sluggishly getting up before going to get like to continue helping with the heal effort.
Yeah.
But I look over at Davian while he's focusing and kind of like in a lower tone say, so like, does the like less shininess and whatnot mean that this one is not as good as the other spell? Is that how it works? Is more flashy good?
Depends on the spell. But generally, yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't help that I'm also casting these are like uncommon spells too, so like, it'd be really hard. It'd be really hard to like identify.
Oh, I'm not even going that far.
No, I'm just saying
more
for him-
flashy
even for
good,
Davian,
more
it would be
flashy
like-
bad.
It would be like it's very strange magic.
You begin to see words shift on the cards as he deals, and they begin to spell out something, a sort of poem or rhyme of sorts. For treasures sold and loot well earned, seek Riller Palm, though lessons learned. He may pay the price, a generous hand, but deals with him are shifting sand.
Riller Palm.
Yeah, you can. I mean, it's written out, so you can see it clearly. It's Rillorpaln. Do you do this in front of everybody, or
Yeah, I wouldn't be hiding it. I've no reason to.
certainly an interesting
Yeah.
interesting thing to watch for those of you who have
Yeah.
not seen it before.
You just have like a raised eyebrow while I'm watching it. What's his name? Riller Palm.
Yeah. Rillor Palm.
Like palm tree.
I believe so. That's how I spelled it.
Everybody who is watching, I guess the three of you, all of you, can you please make a society check?
Yes. I want to.
Junkyard.
Each of you are going to have a different bonus
Natural 20.
based on the information I gave you. Oh, interesting. Okay.
That's
That's
such a
it though. No
banger.
bonus. None. It's 20.
Oh my god, such a banger.
21.
Okay.
I got a
You're all going to basically get a bonus or
20.
penalty based on that original information I gave you about
25.
Brindle. 25? Okay.
crit success.
Well,
At least
maybe.
a success.
At least a
probably.
success.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Such a banger.
You recognize this name, but very vaguely.
Yeah.
You think it's maybe related to... you know it's someone here in the city. You know it. You recognize it that much, but you can't place it beyond that. Davian, you recognize it as you're almost positive it's someone associated to one of like the taverns or inns in the city.
Roll for Tor.
Oh.
You recognize this name immediately.
Mm.
This is the proprietor of an interesting little tavern called the Laughing Manticore.
I am familiar with this.
And you suspect that Riller Palm maybe holds down 2 jobs.
Mm.
Tor got a 26, by the way.
He would probably know the same as you, I think.
Okay. Cool. Keep better than I did.
Well, That I could work with.
You know?
He's one of the
Appropriate that you're the one that rolled a natural 22. I like that.
I was hoping because of like my little that I do know.
Yeah, you also had the biggest bonus.
Okay, sweet.
He's one of the taverns in town, yes?
He does run the Laughing Manticore.
That's right. Well, all we're
Interesting.
gonna do is ask.
I guess he's the one that would have the most throughput of adventurers.
That tracks.
I'll give him a holler.
Is morning already now, or?
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
this
is
is
morning.
It only takes 10 minutes. This is like the first thing we do.
That was cool.
That was. So glad you let me take this spell set.
I like I said, it's not usually my
Mm-hmm.
my go-to, but under the circumstances, it kind of felt like too good for your character.
It did. It was like, I saw this spell, I'm like, oh my god, this is perfect.
So you're gonna go to the Laughing Manticore today. What are the rest of you doing? Well, I know what Frederick's doing, but
And my other intent is to stop by Kiliar and talk to him about.
yeah.
Dude, don't tell me
Army
I really
stuff.
imagine that.
Oh, I just said
He said he
I'm
knows
pretty
what
sure I
you're
know what you were
doing
doing
today.
today.
Do you want to meet at, go to the tavern later? I'm going to go with Davian and give this woman her riddle. But after that, I can come with you to the tavern. You got anything to do before then?
I mean, I could swing by Kiliar first and meet you guys there.
Alright. See you then. I think Tor's gonna go off on his own and heal.
And brood.
And brood. But mostly heal.
Yeah, I figured he's kind of healing this whole time,
Mhm.
on and off.
Yeah.
He didn't give you guys any direction.
It would have only been.
He told me specifically that he would want to make sure, like, he would concentrate his healing outside of the Temple of Pharasma. Yeah.
Okay,
More than anywhere.
cool. Well, he does get back to you to say that he has noticed a very slight decrease in the number of new injured over the last 24 hours, but that it's still way too many
Mm-hmm.
to like efficiently get to.
Yeah. And the other thing is, while we're at the store, I want to look for gate attenuators for Tor,
Okay.
for fire and earth.
Yeah, Immerstal is not going to carry those.
Yeah. So maybe after we go to the tavern, like later.
Okay. All right, Davian.
I mean, it sounded like we're going to Alandri's
Mhm.
first.
Okay,
So they go.
let's start with that. Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause she's met me a couple times before now. I feel like we've exchanged a riddle before as well.
Maybe it's
Um,
possible. Maybe she gave you a riddle before.
Yeah,
Who knows?
actually, even better.
If she gave you that crazy shit you just came up with, and you just actually know the answer.
Well, you find again the whole place pretty empty. It doesn't seem like there's much traffic right now. Just her sort of shooing out the throngs of people.
The riffraff.
Yeah, more or less. And she greets you, recognizing you both. Welcome back.
We make like a very, very cheerful wave and say, Alandri, you were promised a riddle. I'm here to deliver.
Oh, I see.
I thought of a few, but Runar here has a good one.
Well, in that case, what are your terms for the riddle? What is it you wish? remind me. The immediate crafting of these scrolls.
And a runic wayfinder.
An archaic wayfinder.
Archaic wayfinder.
Yes. A batch of scrolls of resist energy.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anything else you'd like me to get started for you?
I didn't run anything else by that group. A batch of scrolls of dark vision as well. That I just need.
That's true. Probably a good idea. How disappointed does she seem in that between being asked for level 4 resistance and then also dark vision? It's like, oh, that's cool. And then also dark vision just blinks a few times. It's like not judging because it's reasonable, but also more of busy work. Hey, add a button to the screen.
Well-
I'll ask for 4 scrolls of True Strike.
I'm sure Immerstal can take care of all of that. Well, okay.
You know what else would be real good? A batch of 4th level invisibility. I don't think that. I think that doesn't have to be. Maybe upcasting it has to be on yourself. I will check.
Share your riddle. If I've heard it before, I won't judge you too much, so long as it's good. If you share a riddle that I can't solve, then perhaps I'll even throw in something extra.
Well, I know I know your reputation for your wit is quite impressive. I doubt I could come up with a riddle that would stump even you, but I'll give it a shot.
So be it.
I have a head, I have a tail. I have no body, but I'm far from frail. Despite my head, I have no brain. I sing a jingle which makes men insane. When I leap, in the air I dance. I leave my landing up to chance.
Ah,
I genuinely figured it out this time.
a very good riddle. I must say, there are many riddles on this topic, but this specific one, I have not heard before. For that, I think I owe you something. Certainly, what you've asked for.
And I'll take out a silver coin, flip it in the air, call heads. It lands on heads.
Very, very good. Very good.
Wonder how
Can you do that again?
Wonder how AI thoughts.
He'll flip a coin, call heads, it'll land on heads again.
ChatGPT or something would be a solid riddle.
Well,
That's a good question.
a coin it is. A coin
Like
as the
unique, like
answer to this riddle, and perhaps a bit of coin saved on your shopping next time you arrive.
How would you say
A bit.
this?
Delightful as always, Landy.
I appreciate the riddle, of course, but few match their riddle to the topic at hand.
I find I've had quite a bit of experience playing with words, we'll say.
Well, I, for one,
That's a lie.
hope both of you are
Yes, he is top pretty
as good with your swords as you are with your riddles. I suspect the riddles will do much less for you in the coming days.
Challenge accepted.
I'll make sure Immerstal begins work on these right away. I hope in the days to come, that we meet on favorable terms, but I hope we meet with the thrill of victory as well. Anything else?
I think that I will. You said. I think last time you said she has a staff of divination.
Yes, I believe she does. Staff of divination and
okay.
staff of fire.
Okay.
Noise.
Yes,
And the
greater
fire-
staff of fire.
Yeah, the fire one was juicy.
She also has, for what it's worth,
Greater-
in terms of
greater
her
is a super expensive.
higher tier magic items,
Yeah.
she also has a hat of a greater hat of disguise and a deck of illusions.
If Jordan was
I
here.
was gonna say, it's such a fun.
Snap
It's
up
such a
there.
fun item.
I actually will.
At least in 5e, it's fun.
I'm gonna.
Which one?
Deck of illusion.
Oh.
I think I'm gonna sell my staff of greater healing and buy staff of divination.
Okay.
It's about since the staff of greater healing is a higher level, it's worth like once I sell it, it's basically worth the same amount, and I have a little bit of coin left in my own inventory.
That sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Been looking for these bad boys for a while.
All right. Well, you approach Kiliar through the throngs of people waiting to be healed and who have just been healed, and whistle to him. And you find in a moment him swooping down to speak with you.
It would actually. So, do the giant owls hoot,
They do.
or do they have a different call as well?
Oh, you mean like
What do
Different
owls
pitched
say?
calls.
their calls are reminiscent of like the an owl hoot that you're familiar with, but they're extremely bassy and low.
Okay.
They really reverberate.
I would just do a higher pitch version of that to call down
Okay.
to Kiliar
Cool.
instead.
Cool. Yeah, he swings down. He looks happy to see you, and says, "Well, it's good to see you up and about. Are you feeling any better?"
No, but you know, it's one extra day past being dead. So, we'll get there.
I must say, one day, Rex, your the festivities at your funeral, they will be second to none.
Well, hopefully, I wouldn't mind that taking place at Starsong Hill.
Well, depending on how this plays out, I suppose that would be rather appropriate. I hardly expect Celeria or any of my rank to complain about that.
Yeah, I'm hoping that this is not. Let me switch my tone on that. I'm confident this will not be our last endeavor. So there's much more that there will be to tell.
True. I've brought the conversation to too gloomy a place. Why have you visited today?
Well, I presume that you and your riders did some reconnaissance last night as well.
Yes, we did. Although we weren't able to get too close, the manticores that were scouting ahead of the main body have been replaced with our friend, the Black Dragon. So while we can see the army's movement, we can't get nearly as close as we have in days past.
He heads the scouting group now.
It appears that way. We haven't seen the green one you described, just the black.
That's troubling.
Is he and their advanced group
But where's everyone
particularly far ahead of the
But he's not there.
rest of the group?
Maybe
of
Doth
the
is
army proper, or
a
are they?
bubbling pool now.
No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like with with whatever you did to their group at Nimon Gap, they've contracted their advanced group significantly. Some of our rank fear that they have diverted some of those scouts elsewhere. Now that there is only one town between the main body of the Horde and our walls, I don't know though. We haven't spotted anything obvious.
I think it would be very wise for us to scout to the north. There would be no surprise, especially with what I know of the way that the city connects, to see them send a contingent from Talar up towards Witchcross, or even through the plains across the river.
Do you think they will? Do you think they will divert resources and
To approach from the north?
yes?
I suspect there's a good chance of it.
It would give us more time to prepare, but yes, I don't relish the need to defend from the north. Plus, the people of Witchcross are not in a defensible place right now, although many I hear have evacuated.
It's possible that they don't spend the time to divert all the way up to Witchcross. They may, along the river to the north is mostly just plains, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, they may just
and
cross-
farmland.
They may just follow the river a bit closer, so that they can circumvent the walls and come to the crossings. I think it might be worth checking out. Now, I don't know if this is something we could do in the same night, but about how close do you think you can approach? Have you been able to get without it being a concern of drawing the ire of the Black Dragon?
We haven't approached very closely, mostly because if we want to use the element of surprise, we likely will only get one chance.
Yeah.
So we've only approached close enough to see where the very front of their party has traveled to.
Well, I suppose better for us to check if they've sent a split off to the north before we pull the trigger on any sort of night raid. And to make sure we make it count, to your point, while they're not expecting it.
Well, is that something you'd like to join us on, or?
I think so. I think
Okay.
I'll join.
Well, this afternoon some of my group is leaving. You're welcome to join. And we're happy to take a different path. We were planning on moving directly to Talar and back. It's an exhausting ride, but we could certainly divert instead along the north of the Elsyr and look there for any stray creatures.
I think that would be wise. At least just so that we know. When about do you think you'll head out? Because I've got one other thing I need to attend to today.
Before dinner. We'll leave before dinner.
Alright, shouldn't be a problem. I'll head back here, but if I don't make it by the scheduled time that you need to head out, obviously don't let me keep you from what needs to be done.
We send a group out pretty much every day, so if need be, you can come tomorrow as well.
Alright. Well, I look forward to it. And I look up again at the owls and just say, well, enjoy the perch. away from the noise.
Man, it does seem a better place than down there.
Yeah, I don't have to be up there to tell you. I'm sure it is.
So, at this point, are you all gathering back at the
Be heading to
the tavern?
I have a question.
tower.
You said that I know that Landry, is that it?
A laundry, yeah.
She doesn't necessarily look Cuban. Do I get like what would she remind me of? I have an idea. But
Well, make a check of your choice, I guess.
I actually think like if she is what I think she is, I actually think like occultism might actually be. 'Cause I don't think it would be nature. I don't think it would be religion. It wouldn't be religion. Maybe Arcana. Dang. I'll say Arcana.
Okay.
I'd love to say occultism, but I think my head is telling me Arcana is the best check.
Okay.
I'm gonna guidance myself. I got a 26. Is that good enough?
Yeah, you certainly have some guesses. You get only the sense that she is probably not. She probably has more than one form than just the one you're seeing.
Yeah.
You don't know whether it's a true form or like an illusion or
Like a polymorph.
a polymorph. You don't know exactly the nature of it, but you get the sense that there's probably another version or versions
Mhm.
of her. But you can't quite call to mind exactly what it might be.
Yeah. Cat-like eyes, long mane, likes riddles.
I don't know if her eyes are cat-like.
I just heard yellow.
They
and I
are
thought-
yellow, though.
I heard yellow and I thought immediately cat-like. I mean, I think it's mostly the riddles that have me pointed a certain direction.
Fair.
That's cool though. Oh yeah, I just wanted to see.
So, after you ponder a laundry,
Yeah.
you are going to the tavern. Is that right?
Yep.
So, the Laughing Manicore is it's a brewery and a tavern. It is one of the only taverns in town that doesn't really have rooms for rent. And it is, I think you know this, it is by far the most popular with adventurers in the city. Not a lot of locals attending this dive. And that's the wrong word for it. It's not a dive. Due to the clientele, it's a very wealthy tavern. And they have not only very fine mead and wine and meals, but the entire place is like really festooned with like items on the walls and creatures that have been stuffed and mounted, and strange art and paintings and tapestries and murals, and just like it's a very comfortable place for you guys to be. It is much busier than just what might be normally. It seems like a number of well-to-do refugees, people who have brought a good deal of money with them, are also in attendance here, perhaps to try to get away from the huge swaths of people outside.
Yeah.
And you know that it's named after the mead. The tavern's named after the mead, which is served in a rather morbid for you guys, or maybe perhaps too close to home. It's served in a manticore's tail spike that's been hollowed out, and it's served and then just like jabbed into the tables, and that's how your meat is held while you wait.
Love it.
The proprietor, who is selling quite a lot of food and liquor here, is happy to serve you. He is a human, middle-aged,
That's the first test.
very thin, very slender-shouldered, with like long limbs, and he wears how would I describe this? Very simple clothing. So he wears mostly like black, like a black cloak and a black tabard, but you can tell like it's really fine,
Yeah.
like really nice materials, like silver thread and things in the details really stand out. But yeah, he's happy to serve you. He's charging. You can tell he's absolutely charging inflated rates for the wine and mead, $2 a cup.
I'll buy a round for the. Well, you don't want any.
Sure.
I'll buy a couple.
You wonder a bit where he got all of these manticore spikes, but yeah, he's happy to serve you.
He's a spy. Kill him.
Not yet. Not until he buys the kukri. Then we kill him and take it back.
And then sell it for normal prices
Yeah.
to somebody.
And that's how you get it out of production.
He looks at you guys and says, "Aha! You all have seen a thing or two, I can tell just by looking at you. Are you here for the excitement, or are you here just to visit before things go wildly out of control?"
Here to be a part of it.
Sticking around. I like the sound of that.
I look around at his walls. Are there any like bare spots?
Oh yeah, there are still a bunch of bare spots. Yeah, it's
think-
not like one of those like chintzy
Yeah.
restaurants or anything. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of free spots. Yeah,
I'll
it's an elegant. Yeah.
I will not even remotely like in a threatening way, but in very much like I'm a ranger type of way. I'd draw the kukri and I'd say I'm thinking about putting black dragon head there, pointing at one empty spot on the wall, and then leaning over my shoulder, and maybe a green dragon head there.
Where do you think the red one should go?
I might keep that one.
That's fair. I get to keep the blue one though.
What blue one? There's only a red one, for sure.
So selfish that you would take the red to yourself.
I mean, iconic.
I can't be one to argue. As you notice, we have no dragons marking our walls. Perhaps too rich for my blood. But if you're serious and you're every bit the adventurer you claim to be, there would be a good deal of gold in it for you if you follow through on your idea.
I'm definitely killing the dragons, so sounds
At
like
least
a deal. Sounds like a deal. I'm willing to. You'll be the first one I come to, knocking at your door, as long as you don't mind a bit of a grisly sight as they are brought in amongst. Well, realistically, at the time, it'd probably be cowering patrons, if any.
Well, provided those same dragons don't burn my establishment to the ground before then, I think you'll have to forgive me for my bluntness, but I didn't get these manticore tail spikes by asking nicely for them. So I am not averse to your idea.
I wouldn't suggest that at all. There's nothing. You'll have to, I would say, not forgive me, but take my compliments in that there's nothing here that says cheap to me.
Well, nothing that can't be improved by a few dragon teeth and scales, though.
Can't argue with that one. Speaking of potential, how Riley and busy? Does it seem like he has time to chat more, or does it seem like
he does, because there are a lot of people working.
Okay. Speaking of, I had an inkling based on your eye for things, again, like scanning and looking around the place, that if someone were looking to sell or perhaps have an interest in a particularly unique, we'll say, collector's item, you might be the one to talk to about looking into it.
Oh, that could be true. Is this something that we need to discuss in private?
Preferably.
Interesting. Give me just a moment. And he disappears behind the bar for a moment, and then waves you through a door behind the bar. So like someone flips up a door in the bar, and you actually go behind to a door that leads somewhere in the back. And you find yourself in a kitchen, which is way nicer than you would have expected. I mean, the food here, you knew had a reputation, but this is something you'd expect in like a noble's manor.
Yeah.
And you're surrounded by these chefs who are cooking with these battle grade kitchen knives. And so while you're sort of talking,
Plus one kitchen knives.
the din of the tavern quiets, but you're surrounded by like this chopping and stuff all around you. So it's maybe a little unnerving.
Yeah.
But he says, he sort of takes you to a corner where there's some the chefs have set aside some hors d'oeuvres basically.
Yeah.
And he's like, help yourself. This is about as quiet as things get around here. So, what did you have in mind?
Well, we've in our exploration and harassment of the army that has continued to proceed toward Brindle, we found some, one particularly interesting piece that was in the whereabouts of the Thorn Waste, far to the west. Don't think you... Well, I won't presume to say that you've never seen anything like it, but...
It's quite the exceptional piece of craftsmanship.
Borderline artifact.
Borderline artifact. Excellently put.
And
You have my interest.
I will, once again, I will draw the kukri and set it down on the, and set it down on the table, closer, assuming we sat, and set it a little closer to him.
Yeah, there are stools you can
And
be sitting at.
gesture at it.
He picks it up, hefts it a little bit, and then swings it, sort of like an axe, flipping it around in his hand, sort of trying to get a feel for the balance, sort of swinging it with both hands, and he gets this big goofy grin on his face. Well, I have not seen anything quite like this before. And I see it has more than a few runes on it as well.
Powerful runes as well.
What do they do?
Decay.
Interesting.
I know it's sad, but
This
and not only that, but made of adamantine.
I thought that might be what it was. I haven't seen many such items before. Only my head chef has one here.
His head chef has an adamantine.
You get an adamantine
God, this
kitchen knife.
is literally a kitchen full of rogues. Isn't
Not
it?
non-enchanted, of course. Nothing like this.
Yeah, I would not use that rune on your meat, probably.
Well,
But it also, I when I saw him like testing it, it looked like he really knew his way around a weapon.
it looked like it, yes.
I also, while I did not judge you as simply a proprietor of
Some stuff done while listening.
well, I did not judge you as simply a proprietor of this tavern was all to you. I see that you are all too comfortable and capable with wielding that weapon too.
He smiles a little bit and he says, I don't know about that. I'm just a simple bartender.
And I'm just a hunter who happens to be bringing a adamantine weapon, looking for someone in interest to exchange it.
Well, I'm glad we understand each other. What are you looking for here?
An offer.
With my clientele, I'm sure I can flip this in no time at all. I have no doubt. Probably for a profit. Probably for a nice profit. I'll give you street price for it. If you promise me something. If you swear me something.
I'm listening.
I can tell you're not all talk. If you bring me that dragon head, you can have full price. Full street price for this item. And of course I'll throw something in for the head itself, once it arrives.
I give a glance over to just my
I
compatriot.
got no use for a dragon head. Yeah, it's not.
So hopefully has full street price now. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
That's like full price that we would have to pay. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna start a hard bargain with
Well,
this guy. We're taking this deal while he's offering
well,
it.
I mean, listen, you have yourself a deal. I've got a grudge against these particular beasts, and I can't think of a better way to show their inferiority than mounting their heads for a place where everybody gets to enjoy seeing where they fell.
He grins at you, sort of sets the weapon aside,
Mm-hmm.
spits in his hand and holds it out.
I'll do the same.
Okay. He grips your hand with a strength that makes it clear to you he's not just a bartender.
In case we weren't already.
Because it was already abundantly clear.
I do have
And-
one. Sorry, I did have one thing, Zach. I wanted to read aura him and make sure that, like, when he says he'll pay us, he's not being deceptive or lying or trying to rip us off.
Can you do that without him noticing?
Yeah, it's like we have to be in conversation for like a minute and then I
Okay.
can start it.
Okay.
I guess I should also say that in that line of thought, I mean, I presume that he is being like forthright about the things that he's saying. I mean, the stuff that he held about what he does obviously didn't push into that, but with what he's saying, am I getting the air that he is being like upright and honest about it?
Make a perception check. What does how does read aura work for you?
Occultism.
Okay.
And I get to tell. There's like a couple things that I get.
Yeah, you're gonna learn a little bit more than just.
Yeah.
So make your
Roll
check,
first. 24.
30.
and then what do you get to know?
Yeah.
First of all, you Rex, you get the sense that he is deadly serious. Like he is not the joking kind in this kind of situation when deal is being made.
Okay, so it's either he has the most godly of poker faces of all time, or it's like,
Which it's not out of the question,
Sure.
but yeah, you
Yeah.
feel pretty fairly confident.
yeah.
So I get his apparent attitude, emotional state, assessment of his physical health, and then if he tries to deceive me, then there's an occultism check to determine if he's being deceptive.
Okay, so his
Such a goofy.
relationship to you right now is positive, neutral, probably a little more leaning toward positive.
Yeah.
Maybe not friendly, but positive.
Yeah.
His emotional state is overjoyed,
Giddy.
happy,
Yeah.
and it does. You sense no reason why he's lying.
Yeah.
As you shake hands and he sort of locks eyes with you, he says, "Don't disappoint me, Rex." And as he leaves the kitchen and whistles, leaving you alone with the chefs, he takes the weapon with him as he goes. You realize that you did not give him your name
Yeah.
when you walked in.
I realized in that moment as well.
One of the chefs slams a cleaver into a cutting board and produces from under their cooking surface every gold piece that was promised to you.
Oh my gosh. To this chef, before he, what's it called? Riller already walked out, but to this chef, I would say, one thing to mention for both yourself and the owner is what I'll say. We have quite a bit of reason to believe that the Red Hand has some individuals in the city that are disguising themselves as normal people in order to, whether it's sow dissent or just collect information. So, a fine establishment like this wouldn't want to see any sort of unsavory folk in here to mess things up. So, just keep an eye out for unfamiliar and particularly questionable patrons. I just smile at that.
He takes a a cut of fish that he's seasoned and brined and hands it to you. He says, "Try this.
Try it.
It's incredible. Delicious. How is it?"
Absolutely astounding.
Believe me when I tell you, our establishment is every bit as observant as we are good at cooking.
I'm comforted knowing that I'm eating then.
Those spies, they love their illusions, so if they do show up. Can't wait to see what you do with that cleaver.
I don't think you do. Listen, you've done a deal. You've shook on it. Make sure you get a few more rounds of drinks. They'll be on the house. And
Yeah, let's rage.
hopefully we can. You can see me cook. Once the armies are at the gates. And his eyes like glitter a little bit in a way that scares you maybe a little bit. But he just goes back to cooking.
We take the gold.
Yeah, we will take our pile
Makes
of
that also
gold and
15
head out.
gold.
So what you guys got? The sell price?
Yeah,
We got the full
full
value,
price.
yeah.
Wow,
Yep.
that's pretty good.
I think
Now that is worth selling it.
I think too, like based on what I was just thinking on what you gave us, that like my impression was he's gonna give us one offer if we try to like bargain him, then he's gonna just take it away. That was my thought.
Oh, I was never.
I was
of the
never gonna
assumption-
do- yeah.
Well, I was never of the assumption we were gonna get full price for this.
No,
thing.
I didn't either. I was so happy to take
My
it.
man made me an offer that I was.
Yeah,
was
he made a
well
fair
done.
offer.
Make you an offer you can't refuse.
He made a fair offer
exactly
right off
what
the
he
bat.
He gave me an entire horse head. It was crazy.
I agree. That was like that's the easiest deal we've ever made.
Yeah.
What? There's enough. God damn
That
it.
helped. That solves a lot of problems.
Well,
We'll enjoy a few additional drinks while we're here.
what is Davian? It's that Davian really took all that in. What is Davian feeling right now? Now that you're out drinking again with the fellow adventurers.
Intrigued by this place.
Okay.
I was aware of its existence. Maybe not fully in depth previously.
Always been a pretty interesting place. Just got a little more interesting.
Yeah.
It is obviously normally it would be very expensive to stay and drink here.
Mm-hmm.
Under the circumstances, they do provide you with pretty much whatever you want to drink while you're here. It does provide a bit of a reprieve from the noise and sort of hectic mob of people. Although it's the closest you've felt to like a normal city being in here in a long time. But the moment you leave, it all kind of comes rushing back.
Yeah.
People are teeming in the streets, and it's right back to where it was before. That does take a while. This whole interaction does take a good deal of time. So
Fair.
it's probably into early evening or after early afternoon at this point. The day's kind of winding down. What else do you guys want to do before you wrap this day up?
Did I miss owl o'clock?
No.
I will fill them in about the Owl Rider information and what they've found.
You're talking about actually just doing a scouting mission to the north?
Yeah, I might fly out. And Kiliar made a good point that any sort of harrying attempt, we probably have one reasonable ambush, and then in the future, probably not another angle unless we want to take Owl Rider casualties. So, when we do make a hit, we're going to want to make it count. And they have lost sight of, they saw the black dragon, but they lost sight of the green one. So, might be a good idea to check a bit to the north and see if they split up off a group to potentially come from the bridges rather than straight to the walls. Hit us on two sides.
Yeah, it's definitely worth checking.
I would say that how late is it?
It's probably right before dinner time at this point.
I think I might go. I know where the Call Mansion is, right?
Yes. Hard to miss.
Yeah, I was gonna
One of
say.
the
I think that was
nicest-
like one of the most obvious buildings.
It's like a whole estate. It's like big.
Yeah. I think I'll go drop by then. I don't know. I'll tell you. That's where I'm going if you wanted to come, but otherwise I'll just go.
I'll join you.
Going to see if can make sure that we have Lady Cull on our side at the council. I think that we know best how to fight these Red Hand forces, so I prefer to have receptive ears when we make our pitches to the council. I know more than a little bit about how Lady Cull operates. Not easy to bargain with, but
How do you know her?
I think
He's
only,
like- he's
only
sort of
by
like-
reputation, probably.
Yeah. she has fearsome. Maybe that's not the right word. She has quite the reputation here in this town. I've never met her personally, but she's not it's not an exaggeration to say she's the most powerful person in this city, even more so than Jarmath.
We'll see.
That definitely surprises you to hear.
Yeah, I mean, I knew she was super rich. Or
Yeah.
I knew that they, the Call family was extremely wealthy.
She, as far as I'm aware, half the people in this city owe her a favor, and don't think she hesitates to hold that over their heads. So, we're certainly walking into the lion's den.
Not the first time.
Not the first time, but
Probably not literal ghost lions this time, though.
darn it. Going to refrain from making any promises, or not, like I said, not the type of person you want to be owing favors to. And not the type of person I would usually be pleased to visit with, but we all make sacrifices in war.
Well, you're able to find the Call manor without too much difficulty. It's well defended. It has guards posted pretty much everywhere. Who basically stop and question you the moment you approach. The being like close to the manor here, I think you're most surprised by just like how beautiful the grounds and estate are.
Mm-hmm.
It is easily the nicest place in the whole city. And it's like clearly such an ostentatious display of wealth, but it's also tasteful. It's not like overbearing or sort of painful to see. Everything's sort of subtle and
But
lovely.
Really nice.
Yeah. Yes. What do you tell them when you approach and they stop you?
Like to speak to Lady Cull if possible. I am one of the people tasked with my colleague here with the defense of the city, and I also will be joining the war council that occurs in a few days.
Will you now? What are your names?
Runar.
Debbie and both of you.
You haven't been explicitly waited upon. What is it that makes you so important that you feel our good Lady Cull should hear you? Do you have something on offer?
Well, I'll take out the map of the Red Hand. Said, well, we were the ones who procured a map of their invasion. We're the ones who.
It's just a single page, just
Yeah.
completely colored red.
Yeah. We're the ones who procured.
This is the end stage page.
We're the ones who have been slowing their army for the past few weeks. We're the ones who killed one of their pet dragons. So.
He visibly rolls his eyes when you say that.
Oh, I know.
It was a Behir.
Close enough.
He sighs. He looks at both of you in like a very appraising way, but doesn't sort of laugh you off,
Mm-hmm.
and then sends one of his guardsmen to go inside. And he just says, "Wait." And after a moment, he comes back and he steps away for a moment and speaks with him quietly, and says, Lady Call tells us you are indeed to meet with her and our Lord Jarmath at the War Council. She is very busy, but... And he kind of like sighs at this, is curious at your interest at this moment in time. Therefore, she grants you a brief audience.
15 minutes and 27 seconds.
Will be our pleasure.
He stays there, but the guard he sent in leads you sort of quietly through the manor. And honestly, it feels like he's leading you through the manor in a way to show off as much of the interior as possible. It's just like beautiful corridor after beautiful ballroom after beautiful corridor. He at one point even leads you through like a really elaborate courtyard that like has hanging vines and it's wild. But eventually he leads you to a chamber that's clearly some sort of meeting chamber or council chamber, and opens the door for you and lets you in. And you find that Lady Call is at like a writing desk, like a huge, ornately carved writing desk in this library room of the manor. There is... Both of you make perception checks.
Oh, by the way, I'm going to cast Heroism on myself before I walk in the room.
Point.
Okay.
Because I haven't rolled
So
today.
that's a... That's not...
Turn my 1 into a 10.
It's 26.
Okay.
21.
You notice that there is a man standing very still in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
He's not even really that well hidden, like disguised, but he's so silent and still that he almost blends into the room as furniture.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to do a double take to notice that he's there. Clearly, he doesn't look like he means you any harm or anything. It's just an average person probably would just think they were alone in this chamber with Lady Call.
Yeah, if I wasn't like super aware or in on my game, there's no way I would see this guy.
She stands up and says, Davian, Runar, well met. And she holds out a hand to shake.
Shake it.
She is wearing, she's a human woman. She has light skin, very pale skin, jet black hair that's very short, cut very, very short, into like almost like just a little bob. She has her robes are made of like really, really fine patterned cloth. So from a distance, it just looks sort of like simple color, and as you approach, it just looks more and more and more fantastic. And she has no rings, no earrings, but she has a huge gem in a setting around her neck in a necklace.
It's good that Tor's not with us. You can just be
It's
like,
another phylactery.
target
for-
acquired.
It's a phylactery for a different lich.
As you might imagine, I am rather busy with preparations. What can I do for you? It is
One
Alright.
down, one to
And,
go.
and I guess we'll also follow
That was
up
last
by saying,
Well, so is this week's.
Did you hit done?
You didn't, because it says one down, one to go on the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
oh well.
It's alright though. We
Oh,
have
that's
the
fine.
real one.
It's fine.
She looks at you for a long time and says, does it surprise you to know that I've heard much about your exploits already?
Runar kind of smiles at that and says, "Not at all."
She smiles just a bit, just a little bit, and says, you are an honest sort, and I have no doubt that you will be acting in the best interests of this city. I do not need your gift to believe that.
I offer it nonetheless. Those who need ask for favors, but those with real strength are able to offer gifts. I think that you of all people can understand this.
It's a bad time for me to ask for a loan then.
No, I'm not. Sorry, I'm only doing this for the. I'm only doing this for the council.
The
Speaking of gifts, can I get like $5,000?
Yeah, it's like Runar walks out of the room, Davian like takes one
Yeah.
step back. He's like, I know what he said, but
I'm gonna approach this from a different angle. I would love to owe you a favor.
Do you think my strength, my reach, was gained by offering gifts?
He like audibly laughs. I'm quite certain that's not the case. I'm quite certain there are a few people, just a few in Brindle, that might owe you a thing or two.
I do not need, nor do I want your gift, but I respect your willingness to provide it. I suspect you both will be quite interesting in the conversations to come about our fair city.
Well, my mother always said the greatest sin is to be boring.
Yes, you are anything but boring. Is there anything else, Davian, Runar?
How have you been working with the other leaders of Brindle as the invasion approaches?
Jarmath is a dedicated man. Before he's even willing to utter a word about the city's defenses, he believes the protection of its people must be accomplished. And so that is what we've discussed.
And yourself?
Every man I can spare is working on the evacuation effort, of course. Just like everyone else. The real fun begins, though, once our streets are empty of people, and we begin filling them with ramparts. I suspect you all will find that more interesting as well.
Certainly. Have you given much thought to to what comes next when everyone's gone?
I have. There are many factors to consider. There are many questions to answer. You all were no doubt invited to our little get-together
Indeed.
because you know more about this approaching army than anyone else. So I am curious to hear what we might be up against, what might be knocking at my front door in a few weeks.
Well, for starters, there's at least a black dragon and a green dragon. Manticores, bar guests,
Giants.
ogres, countless hobgoblins.
Other than that, nothing too serious.
Fascinating. Well, just as my men are dedicated to the evacuation, so will they be dedicated to the defense of the city. I hope you have plans to use them wisely.
How many men are in your employ that would be assisting with the defense?
My guard compares favorably to the Lions of Brindle.
In quantity or skill?
Certainly in skill. Lunar will literally say, certainly in skill. Can't speak to the quantity. They'll say it with like such certainty, even though.
In capability, let's say.
I'm doubting myself. The Lions of Brindle were
Those are the elites.
the okay. Yeah,
The
Yes.
Lion Guard
Yeah.
is the
Yeah.
rank and file soldier.
That is correct.
There's one more piece of information that you may wish to know about.
More gifts?
Naturally. We encountered several spies far west of here that have probably made their way into Brindle. These spies are unique in that they can appear to wear human skin, but when you cast a more discerning eye on them, they are some kind of spider-like fiend. And two of them were masquerading as clerics of Serenray, far west of here. I believe at least one of them is in the city. We killed the other, but if you have anyone skilled at tracking down such visitors, particularly people skilled at seeing through illusionary magic and disguises, highly recommend any people you could spare be sent to the task.
Interesting.
Or they'll know everything, or they could know everything that's said.
I'll be sure to warn Tredora and Jarmer and Lars. Was that all? You
Who's Lars?
He's the captain of the Lions of Brindle.
would know that for
Yep.
sure.
No,
yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
it sounds familiar, but I don't remember exactly who that is.
Usually they use his full name,
Okay.
Lars Olverth. Are you sure you don't need anything from me?
He'll just give her a smile and say, "Your time has been a gift enough." Give her a nice little bow and say, if you are interested later, my offer still stands.
She gives you a look that you can't really tell whether it's a frown or a smile or a smirk or whether she's angry or.
Can I use read aura and see?
You
if
can, yeah.
Yeah. I know to see if
Um,
so her current. I'll do the check first.
So you read aura as the door behind you opens, and you see
Yeah.
that same guard sort of gesturing for you to leave.
Yeah.
I will regular sense motive.
Okay.
It's not great.
There's a 29. There's
Okay.
heroism, and then the other stuff just happens.
Is it just perception?
I think so. Yes.
Yes.
16.
16.
That's an average.
You do not trust her. Or you do not trust that she is being entirely true with you or frank with you or telling you the whole truth at all. But you also can't be sure she's lying or hiding something from you. What's the first one?
29 on the roll, and then the other stuff I just perceive. The apparent attitude, emotional
Okay,
state.
apparent attitude.
Emotional state,
is-
disease, or affliction.
Apparent attitude is unfriendly.
Mm-hmm.
Second. What's the second thing?
Emotional state.
Emotional state is completely calm and in control.
Mm-hmm.
Not flustered or excited or disappointed. Just like very, very calm.
Centered, yeah.
And third,
That's physical health.
physical health, she looks to be
Excellent.
in good health.
Yeah.
Perhaps a little bit under-rested. She's hiding it well, but you get the sense she might be quite tired. And lastly,
If they're being deceptive, occultism.
she's definitely being evasive,
Yeah.
but you don't get the sense that she's lied to you at all.
About like wanting to protect the city.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like she's lied to you at all.
Yeah, I mean, she's got a lot at stake herself, so I wouldn't really. I really kind of expect that. She's just disappointed she didn't get to take a favor out of us.
The guard leads you out after that.
Mm-hmm.
And as you leave the estate, the same guard sort of just grimaces at you, doesn't say a thing.
Turns into a giant
Rex,
purple
do
entity.
you track down Killier?
Yep.
Well, he is not leaving himself, but he does send you with the small group that is doing reconnaissance tonight.
Okay.
And basically just says, wherever you want to go, just let them know. They'll return here around the same time tomorrow. The way we usually run this is that we do a more or less full 24-hour sweep, and then rest for 48 hours.
Okay. So I'll be out with them for 24 hours.
Yes. If you want to return earlier, just let them know. They can return whenever that you'd like.
Okay. That's fine.
They go out in groups of 3.
Okay. What I'll probably have them do is, and I'll explain my intent to them, is for this, I just want to ride with them to check the northern threat potential.
Okay.
I'm not worried about necessarily approaching Talar this time. I might join them for probably after the war. Should I get that information before the war?
What
So should I get eyes on both potentially the North and Talar before the War Council meeting? And be out for 24 hours.
I don't really know what there is to learn at Talar specifically.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, like they're,
You know they're probably close to there.
and
Yeah.
especially if we're gonna do
A raid.
some kind of raid mission.
We wouldn't want to tip them off, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
And-
gonna,
and
I'm
we
gonna
can
do the
always,
same thing as them,
you know,
which is
yeah.
not tip them off
And,
already.
and when we plan the raid, it's like, okay, well, if this doesn't look right or like what we want to deal with, then the raid is just a scouting mission of Talar.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. So I just want to go up to the north with them to check
Okay.
there and back. So I don't know how long that will end up taking, but
Well,
that's what I do.
if you want to do a bunch of the bank in between Brindle, the North Bank in between Brindle and like the area south of Witchcross,
Yeah.
it's probably going to be most of that 24 hours, maybe 16 hours instead, but it's going to be a good
Okay, that's fine.
good amount of time.
I
Okay.
think that's okay. So
Um,
I'd get back since we're leaving like late afternoon.
yeah. You get back maybe just before noon the next day,
Yeah.
or around noon the next day, depending on how long it
Alright,
takes.
that should be fine.
Anything you guys want to do before you rest for the evening?
Yes. I'm actually going to talk to you, Debian, for a second and say, you mind if I see Shadow Steel? I wanted to see if I could tell you anything more about it.
Pause for a moment, but then pull it out of its sheath and hand it to you.
Yeah, so I'll like examine it, and then Zach, I want to make a relic weapon lore check with automatic writing.
Okay.
Nice. That's a good idea.
So hopefully, if I roll well here, I can give Debian some even more information.
What do you want to know about it?
I'm interested in, I would say history and potential power, and like how like specifically the best way to like unlock the power.
Okay. Yeah.
Nat 20.
He just heroed it.
That's a
I was
nat.
gonna say
That's
hero
a nat
point,
20
but
for a
he was just
total
like,
of 40, Zach.
Total of 40. Just a cool.
A cool 40 with a nat 20.
What did you roll? All of it?
With the nat 20 on top.
Here's the stat sheet.
All right. So you know a few things with the writing about about relics. One, you probably will never find the history of this weapon because the weapon is almost phoenix-like in its life cycle. Without an owner for long enough, the weapon sort of rebirths itself into a fresh state, a blank canvas upon which a new owner can impose its will and desires and strength. The weapon molds itself passively should an owner sort of just use it in combat, use it to defend themselves, taking influence from the way they hold themselves in combat, but also in the way that they interact with the world. You know that some of these, if treated as like a partner or a friend, can gain intelligence and learn to speak, basically gain sentience. Although that certainly does not always happen. The sort of innate learning ability itself that is always part of the weapon is not always like actually a living thing. It is just sort of almost like an underlying magical intelligence that
It's like a construct.
kind of grows. Not even that. It's like lower level even
Oh,
than
it's
that.
like root magic weave.
Kind
almost.
of, yeah, kind of. In terms of influencing how the item grows, it can be done in a number of ways. Relics can be influenced by, like I said before, like just the actions taken by their wielders. But they can also be influenced via dreams. That's something that's referenced many times, like the power of dreams and the power of visualizing the oneself in their idealized state. The weapon also, some wielders are able to eventually sort of communicate in a dream state with the weapon, sort of in a cryptic way, asking it questions about what it's capable of, or what it one day might be capable of. And those that spend enough time with the weapons can almost begin to have a sort of long-form conversation where they can more directly influence how it grows and what it becomes. But in general, these weapons have no upper limit on their abilities. They will grow alongside the wielder either until that wielder dies, or until their power fades. And it is not tied to age, but experience. So these weapons are not necessarily more powerful in the hands of an elf or a dwarf than they are a human, but only the lived experience of that creature. But yeah, they can grow all the way up into like legendary, almost deific weapons in the right hands. But when they are eventually lost, or their wielder dies, they do revert into a mundane weapon again. So it's sort of like an endless cycle. And to your knowledge, the only way to destroy a weapon like this is through direct intervention of like primordial magic, whether that's from a deity or from like a wish spell.
So Rudar will spend some time like meditating, and then like he sort of snaps out of it, and and you can see he's very like incredibly impressed, or by the look of it is like surprise. Not much surprises him. This weapon. This might be the most incredible artifact I've ever seen. How much do you know of this? Has it spoken to you?
We've communicated a couple of times.
The fuck? I'm not here. Dang it. Tor. The fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
This weapon
He
was
doesn't
not
know.
made so much as born. It is primordial magic. I would say almost an artifact of the weave itself. The weave is in Pathfinder. Is it in
I
Pathfinder?
don't know if it's in Pathfinder actually.
It's in this room.
We're gonna say it. We're gonna say it.
Yeah.
We can wreck out of there. So when this weapon, when you found it,
Made of the redacted itself.
and he sort of like brings out a like blank piece of paper to sort of illustrate
The whole the weave.
this weapon.
That's it.
Each time it finds a new wielder, is reborn, and it has an intelligence to it, and almost like a child, it will learn and grow. And if you treat this weapon well, treat it like a partner, and not a tool, then it will grow into that role. It will take influence of the way you act. So your actions will be reflected in the will of the blade. And you should.
bonus damage when you're 1v1 or something.
Oh, that would be cool.
Oh, like a duelist.
That's
Actually, that's a
hell.
really cool ability. That would actually be a really. So this blade, I don't.
1v1 a lot.
I don't see any limit to how powerful this blade can become. I think that what you need to focus on is, you said you've had dreams, but I think you need to be proactive in seeking out this weapon. Don't just wait for it to seek out you in your dreams, because the more you invest in this weapon, this relationship, the more you will gain from it.
Take the sword back. So what are we?
That's the fun
A
relationship.
pair of lips for a minute. You tell me.
So the way
I've tried a few times since its initial contact, but to no recent avail.
I think that it's a technique that the few of us of the deep cunning often utilize. And he'll like, actually as he says that, he'll like summon his own imaginary weapon, and say,
Attack you roll initiative.
yeah,
Fight you for
these, when I'm visualizing each of these, when I bring this weapon into existence, first you visualize it in your mind, you draw the ideal, then you project your will into reality. I think similarly, you should be able to do the same with Shadow Steel. Imagine Shadow Steel not as it is now, but as you wish it to be. And I believe that you'll be surprised at the results. Remember, this blade is your partner, and in another way, it is a part of you that you can mold and change as you wish. I've heard of these blades. Well, not me. he'll like correct himself. Well, not me. But these blades, I believe, can approach near human level sentience. So, be as proactive as you can. Remember, visualize. It's not only visualize the way you want it to be, but your actions will shape the way it will be.
I'll keep trying.
And the other thing I do want to do, since I have one more 4th level spell slot, I want to read Omen, read Omen again.
Okay.
I would like to. The goal that I have is successfully attack the Red Hand forward scouting party. Maybe kill that dragon. That's the goal.
Okay. Okay.
Because I used earlier today, I used the Utah. So this is the second one.
That one was worth 2.
That was this has been valued.
Half that much.
All my weird occultism abilities.
Yeah, we should definitely. So we've got 2K in things to spend.
Oh man.
Spend it all before he gets back.
Yeah.
We just give you like 1 potion of invisibility.
Yeah,
This
we
is
lost the
your cut.
kukri,
We lost
but
the
here's
kukri.
the potion
We
of
found this
healing.
potion for you.
Yeah.
Nah, but potions of invisibility are only 20 gold apiece, which seems very good, particularly because it's a potion and not a scroll. Or at least, so we can load up. I mean, I guess everyone except Tor, given that Tor can. We should get one for Tor also,
He doesn't need
just in case.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
No, sometimes he might.
Yeah, that's true.
It's
That's
good.
very true.
Sometimes Ron might.
Yeah, Tor won't, Ron might. Although I don't know if I even want him sneaking anywhere.
I don't know if he wants to be sneaking
I was-
anywhere either.
More thinking as a escape mechanism in a pinch.
Mhm.
But yeah, no, we should make sure we're loaded with our staple scrolls and
Mhm.
potions of invisibility, and I don't know. It's probably like we should probably get possibly get a second batch of the resist energy scrolls too.
I think probably one. I think the one batch is probably good because it's gonna be tough to, like, in order to use them effectively. Like we pretty much need advance
That's
notice.
all on the walls of Brindle.
It's on
20
everyone's
feet.
spell list.
That's perfect, actually.
Mine too.
For my first craft.
If you
my
have a
first
spell
night,
list,
He
I'm
doesn't
gonna
have a
craft
spell list.
the marvelous.
but
If
it
you
is on all
ladder,
4 spell lists.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
So
Which makes 20 for ladder.
Oh.
at least 3 of
Cool.
us can cast it.
And I need to roll DC 13.
I think it'd be not a bad.
I have to roll
idea
natural
get
one to
get
fail.
us,
Oh, okay.
I say that.
The was whatever it's called, resilience.
Okay.
Resilient around on everybody who doesn't have resilient.
That's not more flat defense, that's just saves, right?
+1.
+1 to every save. I'm pretty happy about that. Considering that it's more to avoid crit failing than, I mean, it's great to succeed, but it's really great to not crit fail.
It also technically ends up raising your
It also raises all of
DCs
your
on stuff. right?
DCs, yeah. Like if someone tries to trip you, or if somebody tries to grapple you. I think it's
I didn't think about that just now, but yeah.
yeah, it's very valuable. Yeah. Was a +2 weapon. Not that we're probably gonna get that, but
Probably not, because that
would be such a huge chunk of our.
Yeah.
I feel like other runes are probably just better than +2.
But yeah, the
weapon.
one of tailwind, grab that. That one's real nice.
Yeah, 935 gold for a
Oh,
+2
yeah.
weapon potency. There's so many more things we can get for that much gold. That's just
Yeah.
like there's
And it
there's
just-
way too much we can get. That's way better than that.
Right, like
Mm-hmm.
because we're going into, or because of the type of situation we're going into, getting a multitude of
More-
potent one-time use things has more value than starting to acquire +2 things for our various people's weapons has a lot of value in a
Yeah.
Yeah.
different type of
I mean, think about it.
campaign
If
or
you live-
situation.
I mean, if you think about it, if everybody got, everyone doesn't have one, got a resiliency rune, that's like 12 different saves that we're raising. Look, that's 12. We're gonna get a lot of value out of that. So I think, and it's only 4 of us because he has it already.
Yeah.
So I like that idea. Then we'll still have some left over for other stuff.
Is that considered a fundamental armor? Is that different than how many fundamental runes can you have? Stefan.
For an armor,
Yeah.
I believe it's 1. Oh wait, fundamental? Isn't that just the +1, +2, +3 one?
No, because resilient is fundamental, and then so is armor potency +1. They are both on the list of fundamental armor runes versus armor potency.
I think.
An item can have only one fundamental rune of each type. Okay, so it can have that. That's why you can have.
You have both.
Yeah.
So you
It's
can't
like
obviously
+1
you can't have resilient and resilient greater.
It's like +1
or the other.
and striking with
Okay.
weapons.
Yeah.
You can have both. And you need the +1 to get the striking, and you need the +1 to get the property rune. And for
Yes.
each +1 you have, you can get an extra property rune, and you get an additional level of the resilient.
Makes more
or the
sense.
striking, respectively.
Interesting.
On my second night, I'm going to craft a second level scroll.
Okay.
I don't know if we're there yet, but
You at late at night on the same day here, you will arrive in Dennevar.
oh, well,
Let's go.
Late at night? okay, well shit. Well, no one's awake, so I might as well just sleep. Then I won't craft right away.
Okay.
That makes sense, right? Because I was up awake for 8 hours, crafting his. It's totally simple. When I flew for 8 hours, slept. Next day, flew, crafted, slept. Next day, flew, arrived.
Yeah.
Okay.
In that case, that brings us to the end
Day 30.
of day 34. And I think tomorrow, or next session, we will begin day 35.
With owl right. Maybe not, but we will
No,
be.
we-
I would. You'll not be riding an owl, and I will be.
This is the order. It's going to start with you. We're going to start with you on day 35. And then we will get to Owl Rider. And then the rest of you who are in town will...
For next session.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Be thinking about how you want to spend the rest of this time, because it's going to be largely up to you guys. I mean, you guys kind of know the deadlines at this point,
Yep.
unless you impact some of them, which is still possible. And then it's going to be more prep probably after this session with this eventual meeting with the council. So
Yeah.
Also, I took out. Is it alright if I take out, for now, 15 gold for crafting 2 items?
Yeah.
Did we have?
We
15
didn't
gold
have
before?
15 gold in our possession before he left town.
I would give
You
you.
guys did it?
We had none, basically.
We had like 7.
I would have been able
I
to
have a
give
little-
we
you.
had
some of it.
97 silver.
What the hell? Wow.
Yeah, we
9
had
gold.
for the. I would give him 15.
I also would I'm still trying to figure. I was like doing this paint stuff, but I was trying to figure out what's at my craft on day 3 and 4. So I might actually also ask for more than that, because Reginald would have figured that out before he left.
Yeah.
And bought the stuff he needed so he can craft what he's gone. But so far, the items he's crafted are going to be. The first night was a little miniature you can activate that makes a 20-foot ladder, which is the height of Brindle's walls.
Yep.
So it could be useful.
Oh, that's cool.
And then next craft I want to do is a cauterized wounds scroll, which helps stop bleeding for obvious
Good
reasons.
idea.
Well, I gave you 15 gold.
Okay, well,
I think.
thank you.
How much do you need for the other stuff? Because I had 45 gold.
For other stuff on our craft?
Or no, I had 29 gold. Sorry, before.
I'm still trying to figure out what else is. It's probably gonna be more spells.
Mhm.
Like there's one called Sanctify Ground. I think it's a 3rd level spell.
Mhm.
It just gives everyone a +1 to AC and saves. I think while they're in the 30-foot bursts, and it lasts until my next daily preparations. So it's a good spell to cast in a choke point.
like at
On the bridge.
On the bridge, baby.
Isn't like the cathedrals are like center of town, right? Or they're the
Saren
biggest-
Ray
the
is
Saren Ray.
fairly center.
I'm thinking that would be a good place to cast it.
Where?
The cathedral of Saren Ray, because
Oh.
it's like a very central point, and I feel like that
It would be, but
like that's a good
on
place.
day 1, do we think the enemy's gonna get there?
I mean, I'm saying like eventually,
Oh, sure.
like when the battle, maybe you cast it like every day there, because when the battle starts, I feel like eventually
Well, I don't want to spend my 3rd level spell every day.
Oh.
My highest level spell every day. I don't think that might not be useful.
Oh,
Which kind of want to put into a spell so that I can just, when we need it, it's ready.
I see. Yeah.
I'm prepared.
Yeah, I think that's a good spot for it, because like if they break through the walls, which I mean they have.
the bridges
dragons.
are also going to be a great spot to put that. Even for
Yeah.
just to make from a file soldier. Every soldier that runs in that area is going to be harder to take down. if
Are we
it's
gonna
a-
have them on the bridge though? Where are we?
Well,
Well,
we
I guess
have
we can
to-
talk about that later.
I don't know.
We
All
will
right.
discuss.
Yeah,
at
I'll
the war
discuss that
council.
Yeah,
later.
that's for the
Yeah.
war meeting to decide.
Yeah,
But-
exactly.
Well, if you have,
One
if you have,
closing question before we go.
please, yeah.
How do I feel I measure up against the Lions of Brindle?
Oh, have you ever seen them fight? You saw one in Drellin's Ferry, I remember.
Yeah.
You didn't see her fight.
No, true.
We saw some of them dead. However, they got ambushed and never had a chance.
I think you saw 2 of them
As you
dead.
said, I was like in the military for some brief amount of time. Many, probably decades ago at this point.
Do you think a warfare lore check is fair here? Let's do
think
that.
so.
Let's do that.
Hero.
Good thing I'm good with this. I don't have my hero point. I used it to reroll ended up failing perception check anyway.
Let's go.
25.
Okay.
Just attack one.
Lower
of them.
fair,
and
baby.
you'll find out.
Yeah. That's true. I could just offer to spar with one of them in the next few days.
True.
You feel pretty confident that apart from Jarmath's sort of hand, the highest, Lars, you feel pretty confident you could 1v1 a line of Brindle without too much trouble.
Okay.
Like,
Guys, I might be the strongest person in Brindle.
Give me a week. And then, then maybe.
Look, I just said what I said. That's it.
you are not confident one way or another how you'd fare against Lars,
That's fair.
Good.
Who's Lars?
That's good to know.
captain of the guard.
I was kind of hoping you'd say you'd have no chance against Lars. That would make things a lot easier.
That would also.
You've definitely never seen Lars fight, though.
Yeah.
But he has a reputation. And based on what you've seen, what you've heard, you think that would be a sensitive thing.
Yeah.
Alright, so. based on our experience today, betting odds on Rilor versus Lars.
Oh, I love that.
Lars, easy.
I love
Lars,
I think Rilor is.
Rilor.
is probably on par with us, or close, I'd say.
Yeah, like.
Rilor. He takes the dub. I
How
got
do you,
it.
how do you like a rogue? A
it's
rogue?
We're gonna
just-
end
It's
here.
in my
Yeah,
guts.
fair.
In my guts, I feel Rilor is in no
How
team.
do rogues versus